What's going on? Yeah, I'm about to start. Hold on. Hold on. Friday special. Madness in the building. We got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. Shouts out to everybody. Last night to early morning stream to what you call it, the Wacky Worlds after stream. I really appreciate y'all, man. The ones that came out and came through. We in the building. This is like a Friday chill session. And you know what I mean? Like I'm just got out of a chat or a live stream with Kuda. I know he's talking about the tricks and everything, which is a whole nother story. I'm not gonna get into that. So, I'm gonna drop it until the 50-minute mark. So, you know what I mean? This is a Friday special. This is kind of like a chill, madness part two. But I will do a part three next month because the next Friday we're gonna have Thursday. I mean, next Friday I'm good. I'm not gonna do a stream Friday, but I will do a Thursday Thrills. Thursday Thrills is kind of like similar to Friday. We talk about different topics and things like that, and then see what's going on. But I told y'all in my self live stream, I said they was gonna talk about this OnlyFans shit. I told y'all when I did that stream and I saw that research from In the News channel, aka Drama Plug, I knew this was going to be a hot topic in the sphere because once they laid down the law in October and they let it know in October, and I see a lot of whores and models about to be charged and dudes trying to promote prostitution, which is kind of bad anyway. I don't like that in any sphere or any. The P's and the T's are not going to win. The women got the game now. So there's no such thing as prostitutes. I mean, they are, but the madams is going to win at the end of the day. They just gave them $10 billion. And people forgot about that. They forgot about that last year or this year, like $10 billion. I remember the beginning of the other year. I would say the beginning of the year, they said they're going to have $10 billion. Yeah, a lot of those dudes was pro prostitution. And I was on that side and I had to tell people, like, I don't really support that. I'm good. But the thing is, who wants to do it? I don't care if Anita prostitutes or anybody. Now, the tricks, I have no issues. If a guy tricks, to do what you got to do. I'm not going to judge you over here in anything. I'm not a fan of tricking either or the P's. I'm more of a natural. I stay to myself. Both lifestyles is done. So the police is going to rule the legal prostitution. That's all I'm going to say about that. But for that, I'm just going to say I'm good on that. Like I said, man, like they're going to go to places like TikTok. I said this. They're going to go to TikTok. They're going to go to Twitter and Snapchat. That's their options because OnlyFans is done. I don't see them coming back for whatever reason. A lot of people say it's a good market sale. No, it's done. It's done because a lot of people are not looking at the same thing that I'm looking at. So what I'm saying is on Friday, I know people's bouncing in and out in the rooms, but because my boy's live right now. So, I'm not going to try to hop on no panel because I'm doing a stream because I just came from a live stream. I would say early this morning. I shut it down around, I think it was around 3, 4. I took my ass to bed around 3 to 4 in the morning. I think it was around 3 something. I'm not sure. It was a 7-hour live stream and I took control of it. Hold on. And I took it another level. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But for me, it's all good though. Sometimes it's YouTube, like when they said I was Borgen in that stream, and I said 9 out of 10 is YouTube. I think War Master told me on the stream on a panel with what's his name? On DJ Kudas, and he said YouTube does that. They have a delay. Yes. When you hear YouTube audio, that's YouTube. That's not StreamYards. That's not Zoom. Anytime you hear a delay or Borgish, that's YouTube fucking up the stream, right? It don't sync well when you live stream. See, YouTube live stream, you sound good. You don't need a microphone, they say, right? If you do self live streams, that's why I do the YouTube live stream. You sound clear with a headset and you start talking. That's it. But if you have headphones and a decent microphone, like I have a condenser on the StreamYard, you can hear it on the StreamYard. Now, StreamYard should have its own account. you should talk about different topics and things like that. Now, if you put it on YouTube, yeah, you're looking in the chat and whatever, not. So when we're on StreamYards, we sound decent. Now, the person that's a guest, he can hear it on here, but me, I can't as a host. I can hear a little bit of the playback. Now, the playback and the audio is, they try to say it's going to be StreamYards and Zoom, but 9 out of 10 is usually YouTube. It's on these apps, and they don't sync very well. And sometimes when you do a lot of damage like that, it becomes in a hard press. So again, a lot of times it's usually the apps that we be on, and sometimes when you're on live streams too long, it just it could be latency and all that stuff. A lot of people say it's the internet. It's a combination of a lot of things. It's not just your internet. Your internet is good. It's the website, and it does that on purpose when you don't have the proper camera equipment and things like that. See, I don't have a studio at this point, but I will eventually, probably next year or this year, to get one. But I don't know about this year I'm gonna get one. I'll probably do it next year, invest. But for me, last night from the early morning, we was talking about the correction of men. I was talking about that stream, and I'm gonna look in for y'all for something. But that stream was a good build. I haven't looked at this stream in a minute. I'll see the replay, some of it this weekend, because there's a lot of watch laters I gotta watch from Kudas, legendary stuff. I mean, Pastor's live right now, and Art of New Style is live as well. He'll be live sooner or later around Friday. I don't know if he's gonna go live Friday, because we just had a shadow point yesterday. So it's a lot of people live. Yeah, Daquan, everybody else, Bishop's live right now. It's long streams and things like that. But for me, see, I have a Friday stream. So 9 out of 10, they thought I wasn't going to live like that. But I got to go live this one because I don't know who's going to come through. And I won't leave this up. I'm not trying to rush anything, because if people tired about talking about different things, that's cool. But yeah. So yeah, the Friday special madness is here. I'm streaming this. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not hopping on anybody's panels. I'm tired of all that. I'm not trying to be a panelist. That's not what I do. See, they picked Thursday to do it. Friday's my day. I'm going to take it and take advantage of it. He said the age of tricks. He said trick versus trick, not respecting the game. Yeah, he had problems with the audio thing and things like that. Okay. Video obviously isn't available. Yeah. He says probably not available. Yeah. To my Daquan, he put it on private. Oh God. Yeah, man. Let's see what I got here. The OnlyFans effect. That was a good one. Subscribe to support the podcast. Okay. Wacky World of Old had a stream. It's called Prove My Point About the YouTube Thugging, which is kind of crazy, man. Like, I've seen a lot of bullshit lately on YouTube. So I'm going to show you something. I want you to check it out. I won't screen share this, and hold on. Right here. This is the idea where I got this stream. I did an after stream on it, and it says Prove My Point. I was on the panel talking to Solon Black. I was talking to Wacky, Third World Colombian. I was talking to Sir Saint. I was talking to first. It was me and she on the panel in the beginning. Then I was talking about different people. He's more structured if you watch that stream. And he also had Third World Colombian. He had Jalen, the man of the storm or something like that. He had a couple of people that I noticed, and then he had who else he had? Yeah, he had a Sure Saint. I got that. Solon Black. It's a few other guys, but yeah, that's a good stream. It was 2 hours. Y'all can watch that, and you can put that in your watch list. That's how I got the idea of that stream. And that stream, that the on the bottom is called These Males Have Correction. I mean, these males hate correction in the online space. After stream Wacky World of O, is criticism is a must in a space for male critique. And that's what I was talking about. And we did that early in the stream. I opened up the panel around 20 minutes. If you fast forward to 20 minutes, I didn't talk but 20 minutes, and I saw people coming in the chat. And if you watched the beginning, it all started when I opened up, and then we started talking. The first one came on the panel was Just DeAndre. It was Just DeAndre, and then it was Solon Black. Yeah. I was on that stream, and then I'll tell you this: it was him and Soul and Black. Rashawn came midway. Okay, this is a long stream. We was talking about the issue and things like that. It was 4 guys on the panel, and he left in between, and we had Soul and Black. It was like for hours and hours, 4 hours, right? 4 hours in, right? He left on the 4 hour mark, so that's the longest I talked to. Well, actually 5 hours. He left on the 5 hour mark. That was Soul and Black. Me, I kind of dozed off on the panel. And you pay attention. I'm gonna have to watch this replay this Saturday. This is a good panel of mine. This is me. This is me doing the most views I've ever had. You know, I appreciate y'all that came through, but I appreciate y'all. But this stream right here is legendary. I can say I enjoyed it, and we talked about why people don't want to get corrected. This is a common thing, and I've noticed. And Wacky said this, and he was talking about Big Truck, and I said, yeah, it's a lot of dudes like him. It's a lot worse. It's fucked up, but it's normal. And that's how you deal with it. But I mean, shouts out to people that was in that stream. Make sure y'all watch that stream. It's very legendary. I had Soul and Black, another heavy hitter, and it just makes it seem more beautifully that he came through. So it wasn't no problems. It was a structural conversation. Lasted for like 7 hours, a good hours, right? Because I had time constraints and things like that. So yeah, man. What's going on, American Negro? Salute. Degenerate, salute. What's going on? And yeah, man, I'm 11 minutes in, but yeah, man, this stream right here is legendary. Shouts out to the ones that came through. Shouts out to DS1 sharing this stream, and him and Wacky. I appreciate y'all, man. This is a Friday special madness. We're gonna be in it today. We're gonna talk about different things. This stream and I want to expound on from last night's stream and yesterday. Last night's stream, and I'll say this morning when I ended on the 7 hour mark. What we talked about is correction. I mean, we proved that in this stream, and that was an example of message. And I don't do what Just Andre said, and I don't keep it moving and do my thing. The reason being, now you notice I'm not on the panel with Kuda right now, and he's doing his thing, and I know he's not going to do a third shift because it's going to be days he ain't going to do the third shift, and I don't blame him because he's tired of doing it and talk about different things and different topics. But you know how I give it up. And this has been consistent. So technically this was kind of like today, but it was last night too, because it started on his after stream. So I had some after hours. So nobody was streaming Thursday. I said I wasn't going to stream Thursday, but I said, you know what? Let me do an after stream. It was too good of a conversation. If you watch this stream, you know how structured my boy Wacky was. Shouts out to him again and for sharing this, because this is a correlation. What I'm telling you, thank goodness I did this stream, because I was doing it. I was setting it up on the panel. It's too good of a conversation. And I'm glad I got a heavy hitter, and that just put me over the top. So now I know what type of content I can do off the top. If it's anything y'all want to talk about, we can talk about a lot of things what's going on in space. It can be an open discussion. I can have that. But 9 out of 10, if I have like topic based, like history, esoteric stuff, or zodiacs, I can talk about different things. And the Moors, those streams are usually ain't open panel, but I'll talk to y'all in the chat. You know, I'm well balanced in that area, and I can do that. Now, if it's a different topic, it could be a panel based, but I can open it up around the 50-minute mark and things like that. But yeah, just shouts out the ones that came through, man. I'm looking at it for what it is, but I'm taking my time with it. But that's the longest I did in hours. But the thing is, you notice it's getting a lot of views because of Soul and Black and myself, and we structured it very well. Now, today is the 20th, so I don't know how long this was going to be, because, you know what I'm saying, I don't know who's going to be structured and things like that. But yeah, and my subscription went up from that night, and to morning. So, you know, shouts to the ones to subscribe. You know, keep looking at the content if y'all want. I mean, I've got streams that I've done and covered a lot of stuff, and I'm catching up in the streaming thing. And yes, I got a stream Sunday. It's called the astrology signs. I'm gonna go in depth on it because this is one of the old ones I had on my phone during the pandemic that I found on my phone, and thank goodness I found it, and it matches what people were saying with the zodiac streams. I'm gonna do that this Sunday coming up. And then next, I will say this coming up Thursday It's gonna call Thursday Thrills. Similar to Friday, it's gonna be Chill Thursday. We're just gonna chill, talk about different things, and we're gonna get up in it. We call it Thursday Thrills. If I have a Thursday thrill, I'll pick a day to do that for Thursday streams. And then Friday, I'll just be brief, and that's it. Now, History of Hawaii will be on September 1st. Look out for that. I will talk about that on the 1st. That's on a Wednesday. And I'll make sure I'll go in depth on that. And also, I'll do another Friday Special Madness on the 3rd. I'll do them 2 weeks in a row in the beginning. And then the next one, I'm going to do a Thursday Thrills 2. Watch out for that for September. So I already know what's up. And yeah, man, like I'm here, man. It's just I'm here and enjoying myself on this Friday evening and just going crazy. And shalom, wacky salute. He said, "What's going on, new?" Yeah, we over there. Yeah, no need to be. Yep. And here's the thing. Hawaii seems interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about it. It's gonna be a stream. It's gonna be a historical stream. And what I'm gonna get into is go in depth on the Polynesians, what they call them. It's some more research. I'm gonna take Just DeAndre's advice. I'm gonna be careful with it. It's gonna be a stream that it's gonna be structured, information and things like that. It's gonna be one big thing because I don't know. I may open up with a panel or something like that. We'll see how it goes because I don't know how Wednesday's gonna be. Wednesday's gonna be usually good when I stream. But yeah, man, like I'm structuring my streams like the days that I want to do it because I can't do them all the time. I'm one of those people. I'm watching different people, but I'm moving around the same time in the world as well, and then I'm just structuring it. But on the weekends, I will take Sunday. Sunday's only the day of the week I will start and do different things, and Sunday's my day. See, Fridays, I don't usually do a lot of Fridays, but I'm eventually doing it because no one's not going to do Friday streams as much. You know what I'm saying? Because I usually be over at Art of New Styles, and I said, nah, because I ain't on the panels no more. So I'm good. I'm in the chat. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do my own Fridays. Because 9 out of 10 people get tired of the same conversation. So, yeah, we going to get to it. As you can notice that people are so focused on the OnlyFans nonsense. It's a distraction. It's a big distraction. I talked about that yesterday too in a self live stream. I said it was going to go to TikTok, Snapchat, and Twitter. And the reason I say that is because they're going to find another area. OnlyFans is just one thing. That's one of those paid porn sites that people is actually helped the men stop doing that. Period. If you promote game and peace stuff, I understand. I ain't gonna judge you. That's on y'all. But they still lose at the end. And I like what Kuda said. Yeah, the prostitutes, I said in the chat, the prostitutes is going to win regardless. Of course, the women got the game on lock. We ain't got shit. I try to tell you, the men, it's like they think they got it, but they don't. I'm going to say the words of Ty City. If you trust a woman, it's your fault. It's your fault. I don't care what side of the game you're on. You got to understand that. And it's going to come back to bite you. So, again, we got to look at the big picture. It's going to come back to bite you either way. And it's interesting. He had a string called Trick on Trick, which is funny. And then he said the age of trick. Well, the tricking is not going to stop. The only way it's going to stop is they getting locked up either way. So it's going to be interesting. I say fuck all of it together because it's like the end times. It's over right now. Yeah, what's going on? Third World Salute. And yeah, man, this is one of those things I ain't worried about it because neither side is gonna win. So the prostitutes are winning. They got what they wanted, and a lot of people try to say they're gonna legalize it. Me, I ain't worried about them legalizing it. It ain't gonna solve no problem. It's gonna be like what the 80s was, and a lot of things. People think the 80s was sweet. And it's going to be like the 2000s. But see, they're desperate. America's trying to recharge the money. And then if they try to decriminalize it again, you're going to see women doing. And I think the women's doing this on purpose. People still ain't going to get married. So they're done. Yeah. That's the thing, man. I know my boy's streaming, but I can't just go and just understand what people's logic is, man. It's not one of those things I'm worried about. So they still talking about fresh. I don't want to call them fresh. I don't call them I don't call them flimsy and fit. I don't call them flimsy and fit or fruit and I don't call them fruit and flimsy. It's crazy, man. Like, I know what time it is. Like, I ain't saying they frauds. They've been frauds. I mean, I don't even mess with dudes like that. But I don't even watch their content. I meant to watch Alvin Preach's content. I'm gonna check them out probably sooner or later. Because I might have to check the content tomorrow. I will watch my 7-hour live stream. Sound how I sound good on the audio, but I will check that out and see how I did with Soul and Black. That was a classic to me. That's probably gonna be my favorite stream on 7 hours. That's probably gonna be my favorite out of all the streams I've done. That's gonna be my favorite, but it's gonna be a good thing. The Suspect and Frosty. All right, yeah. He said exactly. If the U.S. legalized sex work, it isn't going to solve anything in the borough of Manhattan. Sex work has been decriminalized, meaning that cops choose not to arrest sex workers. Exactly right. That is so true, and that's facts, and I agree with that. It will not solve anything. It's just another reason to keep people in line, whatever. The women got the game on lock. That's all I'm going to say. In the words of Ty City, if you trust a woman or a female, it is your fucking fault. Excuse my language on that, but I said it's your fault. And he said that in the chat. I think he said that in Kuda stream. He said, if you trust a woman, it's your fault. It's on you, man. I can't say player and all this. No, it's your fault. They already got it sold up. Why you think feminism exists? They play games. That's what they're going to do. It's weird. It's in your face online. OnlyFans was just a survival mechanism for the COVID thing. Now, I heard from DS1 there's a mass mandate in North Carolina. So they bringing that back. Then they try to say COVID is here to stay. Yeah, it's here to stay. No issue. No biggie. But we're going to be all right. You just got to be healthy and stay, get your herbs and get your mind right and you'll be all right. Just take the right stuff and you won't get it. Stay away from big crowds. That's another thing. And there you are. He said, if prostitution is legalized, it's only going to bring more money to the state, aka taxes. Exactly. That's the only thing they're going to bring. That's all it is. And nothing else and nothing more. And exactly, a lot of people just tripping off that. But yeah, it's about money. But I don't think anybody's going to get any of that money. So we already know what time it is on that. Agree. You can't trust Brittany Renners of the world. No, you cannot. Because you can't trust none of them. At this point, I wouldn't marry none of them. This is like Ty City's word. He said, if you trust any of them, talking about these females, it's your fault. I'm still standing about that Logic Sphere saying. I support that. It's hard for people to understand that. I get it that y'all love the G. It's two sides of the G's. You got P's and T's. Who cares? Y'all not winning. The prostitutes got y'all. They got the police on their side. And what I mean by legalization, they just might as well just kill this country. But who cares? We say it all the time in the Hebrew Israelite structure. You're going to see a lot of plagues and things like that. This is one of them. The COVID-19. Ramil was tripping about who's getting a shot or not. People was tripping off his stream. I saw that this morning. Ridiculous. He said in NYC, a person has to be vaccinated in order to attend restaurants and gyms. Exactly. See, they already know. They know what time it is. They know what time it is. It's kind of like the plague. But we got to understand, mentally prepared, man. Like a lot of people, we've been saying this stuff for like 9 years and decades ago. Elder Young One talked about it. We what they say, pray up. You got to get your mind right, man. You got to be in a whole nother dream state. I'm not tripping off of people legalizing prostitution. I know it's legal everywhere else, but that guy had on that last stream when I had Just DeAndre, it was 5 hours. It was the Hannibal Stringed Open panel. He said from Canada, he said it's a lot harder to buy a house, but Americans have easy. Well, the reason Americans have it easy is the celebrities. Every American is not celebrities. I was trying to tell dude, you don't have no idea what America is. Everybody's not the fucking same. I hate when these people from overseas and these countrymen thinking it's easy over here. Bullshit. You will be destroyed in the first bet. They're trying to get rid of your ass. Okay? I hate when they say that. It's just like Obama has done this before, And it's a game to them. Republicans just want to bring them in deep down. They try to say it's the Democrats. No, Republicans is doing it. That's why you don't have structure in your country. Well, Canada, yeah, it's expensive, but there's a way around it. If you make a money and you have a matching job, you're going to be fine. I get tired when people say that. Like, no, just because you live in Toronto, because you're close to New York and everywhere else, it's overrated. No one gives a fuck about Toronto. Most people want to live in Canada. I hate to say it, would rather speak French-speaking countries like France. I would say Montreal, if you get a job, if you're black, whatever. I think Gavin McGinnis said it best. That's what you want. That's what you want. But Canada is so overrated, man. Nobody wants to live up there, period. Not any country similar to ours or Western Europe. It's done, man. Most people rather live in Africa, in those countries. I'm just telling you what's better. U.S. is okay, but it ain't the best country in the world. That's just an opinion. Everybody has different opinions on it. You can't just say, oh, it's the best country in the world. No, that's an opinion. I could say that shit. I hate when people say that. It's annoying, man. Like, y'all gotta understand, a lot of things is gonna change. You ain't gonna be able to do what you want. I got my herbal tea and Burbank prepared for all the winter and fall. Yeah, I got all that. I'm prepared for the fall. So long the law is on the female side, then they always win. The manosphere need to be politically active and have societal balance. Until this happens, the female will always be the winner. Exactly. That is so true. Like Wacky said in this comment. I'm gonna read this shit again for the people in the back. So long as the law is on the female side, then they will always win. Always win. Excuse me. Always win. The manosphere need to be politically active to have a society balance. Until this happens, the female will always be the winner. And that's straight facts. Like in the words of Ty City again, it is, if you trust a woman, it's your fault. That's it. That's it. I don't hear nothing else. I don't care if it's what type of game it is. I don't care if it's T, tricking, or the P thing, player pimping. It's not, you're not, there's no way around it. Because this country is in civil war mode right now. Look at 2022 in Georgia. You're about to get a new governor. It's going to be a female, right? And 2024, there's a civil war in the parties. I said this in my live streams. My shit is different. But I'm going to tell you this. You're going to see a lot of changes in the world. But you're going to get your mind right, whatever it is and what's going to happen. So what happened is you're going to see a lot of people tripping in the sphere and don't want to be politically active. And the ones who want to be not politically active, they're just going to fall apart. But for me, I'm not even tripping off this, man. Like, I seen the worst of the worst. And it's just going to get worse, man. That's crazy, man. Oh, they going to Pocket Star. That's what I heard for certain people. Man. Yeah, man. It's crazy. But yeah, man. It's getting bad. I heard someone said on Twitter, some of them people that OnlyFans, they're going to Pocket. They're going to go to Pocket Stars. Interesting. Yep. It's confirmed. It's confirmed. It's confirmed. Because like I said in my live stream, man, like y'all better get y'all's minds and stop worrying about these hoes, man. Stop worrying about them. Get your mind focused. Like Wacky said, get political savvy a little bit. Worry about your state governors that's going to change next year. And worry about the ones in 2024, the new election, because I know Biden's not going to run again. Like, I'm just going to tell you right now, this stuff is going to be real out here, man. You got to survive and have your mind prepared, man. Because these next 4 years is going to be interesting because we already know COVID's interesting. A lot of people's dying from onset COVID things. A lot of people said they're dying from shots. It's not that many. It's probably for onset. They saying that to lie to y'all. We don't know if that's true or not. That's just from what I'm saying. I'm not going to get into that because I ain't going to try to ruin my stream over that nonsense because I don't know what to believe at this point because They could say anything, and then to come to find out he died from onset diabetes and things like that. See, when anytime they mention COVID, that's nothing but a distraction. I'm just gonna say it right now because ever since it was created, with people dying, and you already had bad health, it's bad enough people don't want to talk about the shots and everything else. That's just an extra layer, kind of like the Spanish flu. That's what's going to remind me of. If people don't do certain things, they're going to get gunned down on the street because our military ain't able to do that. They can do that, but they choose not to. That's the thing. This country's always had problems. It always had lies upon lies. That's the issue. You know what I'm saying? That's the issue. And then people want to make it a conspiracy about everything, you know, especially in this sphere. They just want to be right-wing canards deep down. I just don't get certain niggas in the sphere like that, especially the ones that don't want to progress. I don't get that. Like, what is it about people talk about this shit? And that should not be the focus, especially the vaccine thing, because that's a dead argument. A lot of people can't agree on that. So I'll stay out of it and let the professionals handle it. Like, I already know where that's going. And I'm not tripping off of that, you know. But sometimes you got to be healthy first before you stay away from big crowds, because big crowds become a problem too. That's why I don't even try to socialize like that, and people in masks, and if they got COVID or not. So the thing is, we're gonna see next year. I ain't worried about this year. This year is okay. It's not total of a wash. I'll tell you what's a wash. Last year was a wash because the election and COVID. This year is kind of like we're taking our time, but we don't know what next year is gonna bring. We don't know. We don't know. Don't be surprised if Kamala runs against Ron DeSantis in 2024 election. I won't be surprised, but she ain't gonna win. She ain't gonna win because they'll put a white woman in there versus a black woman. You know how this country's race is wacky. They're not gonna do that because she'll have a shot, but she ain't gonna win because they ain't gonna trust what she did in 4 years. I won't be surprised. No, she's gonna have chances now. She studied the system. They're just grooming her, but it's gonna be more women. It could be Trump's daughter. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? We'll get a Trump again. I mean, it could be his daughter, not his sons. I say this in my own mind. I think if Trump wants his family to run, it's gonna be his daughter, because the women laws, man. Think about it. It's gonna be here. I mean, the manosphere, to some degree, may still exist because of this, but we're gonna see. Facts. A lot of fake conservatism in the sphere is ridiculous. I laugh at them because they don't really know what they're really talking about. Exactly, Soundmind. It's so true, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, man. It's some ridiculous ass shit. They'll say anything to get attention. A lot of times, you got a lot of fake conservatism. It's because they don't do the research, like Harry Goldwater. I'm just saying, like, you can't come in here and lie on people about politics and stuff. It has to be structured and called out. And thank God for Mike V having a counter with the progressive podcast. Teach them something. You know, see, some things I would love to teach politics on this channel. I choose not to because I go in depth on it. It's so easy to learn. And a lot of stuff you just need to know for yourself. See, I try not to be a pro-political channel. I could talk about politics in open panels and things like that and give you links, and then you do your channel and that's it. And then I'll be a panelist on that. Outside of that, I don't need to. I'll do a separate stream on that. Now, on the history of conservatism, I will have to structure it right. I might do it next month or October. We'll see. Because these dudes need to know what that is, man. Yeah. Yeah, they already, the Republicans are already boosting up Sanders as the next Trump. That's what they're trying to do. Yeah, you don't want that, but we're gonna see. They're gonna have a woman candidate soon. I don't know when that's gonna happen, but they're trying to push that woman president wacky. They want that first. They want that first. They don't want no real change. See, the manosphere is a figment, man. It's not a threat. I just don't see it as a threat. And everybody's gonna be flip-flopping in these spheres in the next couple of years. I ain't worried about right now. Right now it's all right. It's just dude made it. Everybody's worrying about the flimsies. The flimsy flim-flams. They worrying about them. A bunch of idiots in Miami. Now, the guys in Canada, I respect Alba and Peach, but I had a pre-record. What's his name? Harrison Family Vlogs. He said it best. Pseudo manhood. I'm gonna go into that. Pseudo manhood. Exactly. Vote for either. I wouldn't either. I might have to vote. Probably libertarian. I don't know who's gonna be on the libertarian ticket that year. That's what I'm gonna start doing. I'm gonna say fuck it. Yeah, flimsy flim flams. Yeah, man. What do you say? Harrison Family Vlogs. He said he talked about the issue with Albert Peach and Fresh and Fit, right? He said pseudo manhood in the manosphere. He said the difference between Albert and Peach, they talk about different things and they criticize the manosphere, which is cool. I'm gonna have to check them out tomorrow, see what their content's like. I gotta catch up on certain shit that they're talking about. I'm just gonna skim through and watch and stay out of the manosphere a little bit because I know who's gonna be streaming in the weekend, but I'm not gonna get into it. I'm just gonna just boop 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 and be up out of there. You know what I'm saying? And just do my thing because I'm not worried about what's going on. I'm good, and we're gonna be like, all right. And he said that's different, but he said Fresh and Fit is talking about men. Right, but he called it. I like how he called it pseudo manhood. We know it's pseudo red pill. It's fake, right? Pseudo red pill. But these, what he called them, mainstream manosphere and the whole manosphere, he said this is pseudo manhood because he said manhood. Yeah, men move in silence. I agree with that. Now, if he wants a real family structure, a quality family, what he was trying to say in so many words, he says you gotta have quality. And especially in family, if you're a leader of your community, which is true, a lot of people don't agree with that in the manosphere, but outside the sphere, as a man, that's the structure you gotta have. That's the model. Now, he didn't grow up with a two-parent household. He had to learn from other men to validate his masculinity, whatever. But the way he explains pseudo manhood, all the emotions, and try to say about females, they criticize the very same thing they criticize. They doing the same thing what a female does. And the way he said that, he grew up in the Black community, and it makes sense when he said it. And I like that pre-record. I put it in the community chat so I can look at it. It's like a 30-minute pre-record. Please watch that. He broke that down beautifully about that situation. He said it's pseudo manhood. That's what they're selling to blindly young men and messing them up. And we're not just talking about game versus non-game and all that. No, that's just a buffer. Okay. These are broken men. That's why I listen to DS1 sometimes with the 10 Life Values with Dr. Holman. I hope, what is his name? Justin Archer. I hope it's good. It could be good. Just don't fuck this up because we're in a pandemic. We got to understand how to move right and quit being, and like Wacky said earlier in the comments, in the stream, in the chat, he said, you got to be politically active too. It's a combination of a lot of things. You got to move different because things is changing. They ain't playing with you. So they're coming at your head on a swivel. They're not playing with nobody. Okay. So you're going to have to think for yourself. And this is what I mean by embrace independent thinking. Embrace it. And you're going to see a lot of different things, and you're going to see pseudo manhood is a problem in the manosphere. I do agree with that. It depends on what type of manhood you're talking about. Now, what he's talking about is a family structure. That's a form of manhood. There's other levels of manhood too, and being structured and things like that. But he's actually explaining the internal. What does your internal look like? And Solon Black touched on this last night and early morning of today, and he said the same thing. He touched on all of it last night, really, about manhood and stuff like that. But basically, I like how he said it, pseudo manhood. And when he said pseudo manhood, man, I was like, woo, shit, pseudo manhood. And that's all in the sphere. And everything he said, I kind of correlate what he's saying. If you want a family, you got to get out of that, man. Like promoted men, but they did lose bad, and they lose a lot of subscribers, and a lot of people are tripping off that. And I'm not tripping about anything. I'm just saying, like, the pseudo manhood stuff. It's just, yeah, He said pseudo manhood at its best, and it's a 30-minute, it's like 30 minutes and 30 seconds, and he broke it down. He was talking about the fit guys, and they just come in here and act crazy. And and a lot of subscribers said it was distasteful when they went after the Canadians, which is true. And I understand why pseudo manhood is common in this space. He hit the nail on the head. I was gonna title in the description pseudo manhood on this Friday stream, but that's what I love to talk about. But that's the holy thing. Yeah. Endorse independent thinking. Exactly. That's what you do. You got to have your own mind and think for yourself. And then pseudo manhood is all time high. Yeah. Independent thinking and lone wolf mentally, not follow the crowd sheep. Exactly. Yeah. Like we said in Wacky Stream, we said, don't have a cult following or an enabler. Enablers are the worst. That's why they create a lot of pseudo manhoods. Okay. What you see in the manosphere of mainstream and the black of different versions, right, is a lot of times they want to guilt shame you. They want to guilt shame you because it could be about marriage. It could be, or if you're for pro marriage, because a lot of these dudes ain't for neither. They don't know what they want on both sides. But I get the fact that I don't have a problem with people promoting marriage. I don't have a problem with people that don't want to get married. That's cool. But as men, we can disagree. It's supposed to be natural. Don't add no personal shots. I like what he said in the pre-record. He said, don't add no personal shots. Just there's a line. There's a rules of manhood. He said, we can disagree. We're human. Just don't take it personal. You know, it's nothing personal. It's just stick to the points. And the way he said that, I said, yeah, this guy right here is making sense because he broke it down very beautifully. A lot of people did some good breakdowns on these too. But Alvin Preach, he didn't beat up on them because they talk about different things. And there's some videos that he didn't like about him, he's cool with. But when he talk about Fresh and them, that's not what manhood is. That's what they claim to be alpha a lot. The problem is they're going to continue to be who they are. But that pseudo manhood shit, man, that's an all-time high. That's an all-time high. And I've noticed that what Wacky was talking about, the proving of thugging, that's that pseudo manhood bullshit that I'm talking about. I'm a thug because that's my manhood. Because I'm man. Ugh. All that shit. You know, that's what we deal with in the manosphere. I'm glad everybody's observing, outside looking in, observing him. Harrison Family Vlogs, right? If you want to subscribe to boy, go subscribe to him. He's got a decent channel. But if you're talking about that, that's the problem. And if you're not producing like that, now it's okay to have a family. It's okay to have a structure. You just got to be responsible for yourself before you have a family. But you got to be very structured, man. You can't just go around and claim and finesse people all day long. I just don't see that as a man, because a lot of people are going to disagree with your points. I mean, most people should disagree and have a great conversation. But if you're about that pseudo manhood stuff, I get it. I know it's a hustle, but god damn, man. And this ain't even about a game versus non-game. It's a pseudo manhood. I'm glad he brought it up. I might have to make a stream about that. I might have to make a future stream about it. I'm going to call it, what is pseudo manhood? What is pseudo manhood? Because that pre-record is awesome. What is pseudo manhood? And it's just, you know, I know it's in the sphere, but what is it? It's a lot of it here. You know, it's kind of crazy. I just want people's thoughts on it and then have a conversation about it. But that's the thing with me. So, yeah, man. He said, I brought the enablers on Wacky Stream yesterday, and I really believe they're a big part of the problem in this space. Exactly. Most enablers love this pseudo manhood hustle. I don't care what type of manhood you believe in, but some things you just got to keep quiet. Just do it. Don't brag about it. A true manospherian, I'll tell you a secret. A true manospherian should always be about manly things, actually problem solve, and be proper in society. Just be honest, be real. If you want a family, that's great. That's a plus. That's like a big bonus. It don't have to be everything, but as a man, there has to be structure. It has to be SOS. I grew up in a two-parent home, and I understand. I ain't got no problem with marriage at all. If you're pro-marriage, God bless you. I'm not mad. If you want quality in marriage, good for you. That stuff can help you if you learn to stay away from pseudo stuff. Pseudo manhood can be dangerous because a lot of times people, they abuse it. It's been hijacked, and I think the Manosphere was not promoting, the original wasn't promoting pseudo manhood. You just want quality females. You just got to worry about feminism and a lot of stuff in the household. But you also got to worry about dudes pretending to be men without fathers. That's the worst thing. Now, can we help those people? Yes, we can help some people, but they love pushing the pseudo shit and try to mix it with other things, and that's not good. That's not good. Yeah, pseudo masculinity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's crazy, man. It's crazy. And what I'm saying is, it's just obvious, man. I'm not even tripping, and that goes for any man. Like, if you promote that stuff, man, that's crazy. You can't just preach manhood. You gotta have structure. It's okay to have a family. I'm just gonna tell you right now, I'm not biased on that. I know everybody in this current manosphere is anti-family. I get it, and they're nihilistic. I talk about nihilism too a little bit, why they like that. It's easy to be a rugged individual. Shouts out to DS1 for that. It's easy to be a pseudo masculinist or masculinity manhood person. It's easy to be that. It's too easy. But nobody wants a utilitarian concept family. Make them all happy, have individual thoughts. I mean, have that concept in a black pill way, but it's not easy for most people because most people rather be destructive. They love destruction. Our people love destruction, period. I get it because we're programmed to think that way. We programmed to love pseudo manhoodisms. And I wouldn't say we're all right wing. Yes, we're conservative in the household. That's great. But outside of it, we don't want to deal with it in politics. And that's the hard part. It's super easy. But along, you have to create the family with the right mate. Exactly. I agree with that right there. It's okay to have a family as long as you create the family with the right mate. Exactly. And the reason I said that is because you got to have structure. If you don't want pseudo manhood, you got to have a quality family. That only part I kind of disagree with on some points he said on his pre-record, but I get what he was saying about the pseudo manhood thing, the criticism. Since he's married, he has a right to criticize those men. He has a right. Have y'all ever seen KS criticize married men? Hell no. Hell no. If you love a woman, love a woman. I'm not mad. That's what men do. They control their emotions, whatever. They can show emotions too. And he's breaking down just simple stuff. And sometimes it don't need to be talked about, really, because you already graduate. But if you maintain your marriage and be faithful, whatever, that's great. Most people don't agree. That's cool. But this guy's telling you what he's listening to. They're looking outside, looking in. So you got critics everywhere. You just got to learn to take it. Some people can't deal with that. Everybody's got different points of view. Everybody's experience is not the same. I mean, we go through the same experience, yes, but not everybody. What he's basically trying to say, everybody can't have a difference of opinion. That's the thing, or fact. That's the real problem. Everybody wants to be right all the time. We mentioned that in a stream with Wackies, and it goes back to what I said in the 7-hour live stream. It makes sense, and that's what you got. He said, "Little Big Nate." He's calling Little Big aneurysm because that's what it sounds like he's having when he gets upset and starts yelling at niggas on pounds. Exactly. Well, Nate's always been a loose cannon. He's a screamer. He gets overzealous and he has that zeal. He's always been, before he was a content creator, he was a panelist last year in the pandemic. He's been cussing out black women all day long, right? That's his thing. That's a stick. But what he does, he tries to be wild, right? He wants to be seen, right? That's your boy, Little Big Nader. He wants to be the hero boy. So Nate understands what time it is, and his stuff does sound pseudo sometimes. Yes, he's a father, he's got kids and everything, but he's not properly married. But I get it. And sometimes it's the guy's mistakes dealing with those females that you pick. If you love whores, that's on you. Like I said earlier in the stream, the words of Ty City, it's called If you trust a woman, it's your fault. That's it. Get up out of there. And I'm gonna read this. I fucks with a little bit, but he needs to stop taking things way too serious. Exactly. And I agree with that. Nate is okay sometimes, but he gets a moment. It's called shock value. I avoid that moron. Yeah. Some people avoid him. You know, a lot of people criticize Nate. Nate used to, yeah, that too. Yeah, they're big personalities. Leos in general, that's how they are, man. I'm not criticizing that zodiac. I mean, my mom's a Leo too, but I look at that zodiac is that's part of their personality, man. And a lot of times when you have big personalities, they like shock value. They're the type of people that's so coy as hell, but they can't help that. You know, a lot of times they just being who they are. There's a lot of Leos I know in the space. I can name off a top hand. I know a lot of Leos that have different channels. I know. Big Truck's one too. He said there's a lot of them. Yeah, man. It's just like, yeah. A lot of these guys, LB is a prime example of still stuck in red pill race. That's why he is so angry. Yeah, he's a great example, Sound Mind. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm gonna drop this link. If y'all want to come and discuss, I'm gonna pin it. I'm gonna pin the hell out of this because we're gonna see what y'all talking about. But yeah, man, I had saw that pre-record and that pseudo manhood stuff. Like he has a point. And the guy's married and he was talking about the situation. I laugh at it to this day. It all boils down to correction. A lot of these dudes don't like to be corrected, period. I can't take correction because I'm always right on the time. Because you act like a female. You act like a female and all this other shit. All right. All right, bud. All right. All right, dog. If we act like a female, that's crazy, man. But that's what they want to talk about. But yeah. And that's how they be tripping on these spaces, man. Okay, so who's up here? Yeah, Third Ward. Yeah, he said word. Okay. Wacky's up here. Okay. What's going on?
Yo, what's good? Shalom, brother. Shalom. Shabbat shalom. By the way. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Oh man. Yo, Serbia, you slick. You gonna bring up that dude? You know I don't like him.
Yeah, I remember him last year as a panelist, man. Yeah, Little Big Nate, he's a character, but he has the biggest fucking personality, man. I understand why he's passionate, but that pseudo stuff he be talking about. Yeah, it's crazy.
You think that's a big personality? I just think
that's just who he is. That's who he is.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Good.
Yeah, I know how he's like that in the chat too, but you know, this dude, yeah, he is annoying, but he's wrong on the conservative part. I give him that, but that dude he's just wild, you know.
Yeah. But going back to what you brought up about pseudo masculinity, when I think you spoke about Henderson Family Vlogs, speaking about the two idiots from Florida being pseudo masculine. I mean, to me, it just shocks the hell out of me how people cannot see that those two individuals are a bunch of clowns.
Yeah,
that just shocked the hell out of me, man. It goes to show you that a lot of people on social media lack discernment, and they just lack the ability to think critically, because all you just need to do is sit down and use a little bit of critical thinking, and you'll be able to realize that a lot of these content creators are a bunch of fucking clowns. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, this Fresh and Fitness, whatever they call themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they call themselves, they claim to teach about masculinity, when what they do is bring a bunch of slutty females on their show and they just argue back and forth. What's so masculine about that?
That's exactly what this Harrison Family Vlog said, and he said that he said that's not masculine. See, that's pseudo masculinity. He kept breaking down. If you watch that for like 30 minutes, the whole pre-record, he breaks that down. He should say this is a married dude saying that, and I said this early in the stream. KS don't bring up married men. Why do you think he don't argue? Because they have different points of view. They disagree. Even my dad's married. You don't go against that. As a man, you shouldn't, especially if you're single.
Yeah, you know what? I would not even call them pseudo masculine, because I think that's too good of a word to describe these clown ass niggas. Excuse my language.
He was just being nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's just too big of a word to describe them. I don't even look at them as having any inch of masculinity whatsoever. You know, I don't see anything masculine about that. And the thing is that unfortunately, you just have a bunch of very gullible individuals who's very impressionable, who buy in to these types of idiots.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, there's nothing masculine. I mean, you're going to bring some low quality females onto your show, and they speak about topics with no substance, no intelligence in the things that they talk about. They argue back and forth, and that's it. You know what that show reminds me of? It's like a poor man's version of the Howard Stern show. You remember that Howard? That's all.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
an extremely poor man's version of it. That's it, and people buy into that. I'm just like, it goes to show you the type of mindset that a lot of people have when they buy into that crap. And and the fact that I don't know I don't know exactly what happened between them and the two people from Canada, but I know the two people from Canada left a comment on the page of the two people from Florida, and the two people from Florida flipped out, and that's how the issue happened between them.
I'll tell you what happened. They criticized them about the player stuff, and they got emotional. And the Harrison family guy found out why they got criticized. Well, as a man, most people don't look at it as honorable as a man in masculine society. That's in general, but people don't understand that hurt their feelings because they was doing the same thing. Yeah, they paid for the V2 and all that, and then they pretend to be the P's. That's one thing I hate about this space. And why are you trying to be P's, but you're doing the opposite of that? It's so much hypocrisy. And the guy saw that. He did a pre-record on it, and what he's trying to say, why I brought up the pseudo masculinity, that's his term, by the way. He said, you're lying to these young men that's gullible. They're listening to you, and you have a bigger platform. The problem is people buy into, like we said, the enablers yesterday and the cult following.
Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt. Let me stop. Okay. I would like you, after you're done saying what you have to say, I would like to go in depth in exactly what the two people from Canada said when they critiqued.
Yeah, I'm about to get there to bring this home, because I'm gonna say it like this. Like when we mentioned enablers on it, this is a prime example. What he was trying to say was they had a concept, and they had them on their show once, and I think Preach was online on the screen, but what's the name? Albert was there talking about the actual game stuff, and he said that once upon a time when they did it and try to go up the girls, it didn't work out for them, and they had the same criticism similar to KS what he was talking about. See, these dudes, the emotional ones, thought they were masculine, right? Try to tell them something different. That stuff don't work in today's time, because you already know legalized prostitution, and they was talking about all types of things like that, and people was getting upset when they were saying that, and they just disagreed. Then it resorted to ad hominems to his wife. They left a comment, and that's how that all got started.
Hold on. I'm lost. What? Okay, I'm sort of lost. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to just repeat something over. What exactly?
It's like I said before, it's talking about the things that they seen what guys do on basis.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, you're probably gonna have to start it, retell the story. What exactly? Like I said, I want to know exactly what did the guys from Canada say to the guys from Florida that made the guys from Florida upset?
Oh, they just said something simple, like they try to say that game stuff don't work on the women. They was looking at what happened to them when the women beat them up and stuff. They gave them that criticism. That's what started it. Then there's a combination of comments they said about them, and then Fresh went in. I think Fresh and Fit went in on his wife. I think it was Myron. He went in on his wife and got upset about their reaction of the interview, and he made a whole stream about that, and had women on a platform. See, it's the same criticism they had before. The previous times they had it, it's twice, and it's like the second time. So basically, they got upset. They didn't agree with their tenets of their content. That's basically what it is. And what's the name? Myron got emotional, of course, and went in
So,
on his wife. Yeah, it's
so
really that
that's it.
simple.
That's
That's
really
it.
it because
That's really it.
somebody told them that the game thing doesn't work, and
In
then
real
they
life,
critiqued
yeah.
them in real life,
Yeah,
and then
it's about
someone critiqued,
critiquing. Yeah, it's the
yeah,
same
well,
thing you said
it
with
is
Big Truck.
critiquing. It is critiquing,
But look at
and
you and Big Truck, for
someone,
example.
yeah, I feel you. And then somebody critiqued them about about what happened when the girl put hands on them, and that's what made them pissed off.
All that stuff. Yeah, it's the
That's
simple
it.
stuff we hear. Yeah, it's something simple. They got emotional. You know, they was criticizing their content. You
Hmm.
know how people do. And just like the
Yeah.
Big Truck thing, it expounds on with the cult following of theirs, and that's what Harrison Family Vlogs is looking at. It's kind of like what you said yesterday. And what I say in my after stream, and it's all the stuff I've been saying on my content. And I said, that's the problem right there. Like, how can you not take criticism like that? I don't care what it is, but men should be able to disagree naturally. He said that's the cutoff as a man. Now they
Yeah.
promote this pseudo manhood that I've seen in the manosphere. Like he was saying, like, yeah, it's a shame, but it's more than it. Like White said, I wouldn't call them pseudo manhood anyway, but I'm just saying, but that concept, it's getting worse, you know. And I understand people want quality, you know, females. I mean, you should, but nowadays it's kind of iffy. But
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
but
saying, I'm just saying, like,
yeah, but that's the thing, and that's what I don't get about these idiots on YouTube, whether they call themselves uh manosphere or not. The thing is that you're on a public platform where people is going to watch you, so naturally you will be criticized for it. I mean, that's what the comment section in your videos is there for people to give their opinion about the content that you're bringing to them.
yeah,
So it's going to have so some of those comments are going to consist of criticism. If you can't take criticism, then don't put yourself on a platform where you will be criticized. It's common sense. And like I said before, like I've stated this over and over again in my videos, is that what you see with these idiots in the manosphere is that they're acting and behaving like the females that they complain about.
exactly.
That's all you see. That's all you see. They are behaving like the females that they complain about, because only females, right, get emotional about a little criticism. The fuck, as a man, you're supposed to be logical. You know, you're supposed to be able to handle criticism, and you should be able to sit back and analyze whatever criticism comes your way and look at it on a objective, looked at it objectively, and acknowledge whether this criticism is true or not. And if someone criticizes you and you don't agree with it, just respectfully disagree and just go about your business.
Right.
And then, I saw a clip where one of the punks from Florida challenged the brother from Canada to a fight. And that's when the guy from Canada says, okay, I'll be there next week. I'll take a flight there and I'll be there next week. And come to find out, what I heard about one of the guys from Canada is that he's a trained boxer and he used to be a bodyguard.
That's Preach. That's the big
Preach.
heavy guy with the small dreads or braids,
Yeah,
whatever. He's the Haitian
yeah,
guy. Yeah,
yeah,
Albert's the one with the beard.
yeah.
Yeah,
The
he's
Ethiopian
Ethiopian.
guy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
him.
yeah, yeah. And and it's like you go into a trained fighter who have fighting experience to come and you challenge him to a fight, and
Uh-huh.
and he's bigger than you.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is, but I've been saw right through them clowns. I've
Yeah,
been
me
saw right
too.
through them
Yeah, me
clowns.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't subscribe to that. Any big YouTuber that thinks they can try to help men is questionable, especially in the modern mainstream manosphere and black manosphere, because they all have the same type of talking points from Sergeant Willie Pete. It's sad. And just like Big J said, they're emotional, man. And I'm glad he titled it Pseudo Red Pill. Yes, some of them are considered, not these guys, though. I don't know what that is.
Listen,
I don't know what that
I,
is.
I'm so sick and tired of these individuals using the term red pill, because what they're teaching is nothing red pill. Red pill is dealing with intelligence. is dealing with a higher level of thinking, is dealing with a higher level of consciousness. They're not, what they're speaking about is not dealing with the high level of consciousness.
Right.
Talking about females, and they're talking about some of the most shallow minded things when it comes to talking about females. That's not red pill. There's no red pill is like I said, it's when you are socially and when you are socially conscious of the world around you. You know, when you understand how the world truly operate, all right, how the society around you truly operate beyond the lies that they promote. When you're able to see beyond the lies that society promote and see how society truly operates, that's red pill. Okay. So by sitting there aligning red pill with just talking about females, nah, man, they are, or they have stained the image of the red pill, you know. Yeah, but
yeah, he said, bro, I've been saying these dudes is fake pseudo red pill, black pill, MGTOW, Ignore, and SYSBM. Yeah, true, because a lot of these passport bros are fake too, and they try to pretend they're players. And to me, I say F both P and T's, because it's bad enough. Men should not be thinking about tricking or pimping or whatever, because I'm gonna tell you a secret. It's damaging that the women's winning in these countries and feminism, especially these laws. And I heard this Canadian, I was on the stream with him, right? His name is Cage, and he said Toronto's good. And I can't stand when foreigners like say we have it good. No, we don't. Like, they've been wanting to do this. They've been wanting to destroy men, period. B just said it all the time. That's why he's quiet about shit. It's the reaction of these enablers, these followers, and these content creators. They want money. So, you know, that's why KS is going to go to the moon. Thank God for Ty City was saying that. He'd been peeping it, and he tried to tell Kuta and everybody else, it's over, man. It's over, because you're going to have to think for yourself. Now, who's really red pill? What is your knowledge as a man is? Because we got to move in silence in a certain way. Yes, we're going to get our messages out, but we can't be crazy and get emotional when they do things like this. It's a test. I mean, you got to think for yourself. And Big J said you got to critically think, man. Like, this stuff is that's just another, I ain't gonna say a hiccup. I'm just saying this is the thing you got to deal with. I mean, most men can't deal with that. And I've noticed that in these spaces, like, they're not built for it. I just don't see them thinking right, because there's gonna be hurdles. You got to deal with it.
Exactly. In life, there's going to be hurdles. You have to deal with it and utilize your mind to learn what to do to overcome these hurdles. That's how life is. Life is always going to have hurdles. It all comes down to what are you going to do to overcome these hurdles. That's it. But going back to your statement, you made a statement. I want to respond to a statement that you've made. But I sort of think, okay, yeah. With the fake P's and T's, right? Online. Any real P understand that you don't go on the internet and openly say that you a P.
Facts.
Any real P understand that, because it's a damn criminal offense.
Yeah. So
why would you go online and just openly admit that you're a criminal? Because if you're a P, you're a criminal. That means you were human trafficker.
Yeah.
All right. So any real P know that you cannot go online in a public space where you got a lot of law enforcement that's watching all these channels, right? That's watching almost everybody and saying out in the open that you a P. You just don't do that.
And what disgustes me, and when they discuss, okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Now you could tell that these idiots in the Mansfield is not real P's, because you know why? Because them dudes haven't been in prison. You mean to tell me all this time you go online, on an open forum and say you're a P, and ain't no police investigated you?
Yeah,
you would have been in prison by now, because that's where a lot of the P's are. You know, as you know, even Iceberg Slim, when he wrote his little book, right?
Mm-hmm.
He spoke about being in prison because of the things that he did. Same thing, Bishop Don Magic Juan, Pimp Snooky, Pimpin' Ken from Milwaukee. They've all got caught and been in prison, been caught up. Even what's this guy's name? That's okay. This one so-called P. Well, I'm not gonna talk about him, but go ahead, bro.
Yeah. And that same goes with guys buying prostitutes. I wouldn't be a T because I'll tell you why. Yeah, it takes game to the trick. What Kuda was saying. I said, yeah, here's the trick. On both sides, y'all still gonna lose because the prostitute is winning. They got law enforcement on their side. Long time ago, yes, the P's had it, but here's the thing: the reason they had to go to jail, it's just like the gangs. They want control, man. You gotta understand. Like, I wouldn't even buy a prostitute. Period. Not at this point. Not in the pandemic. And I tell people quit talking about it because all you're doing is attracting the P's. You know what I'm saying? I tell brothers to don't do that stuff because 9 out of 10, they already here. They've been here years ago. It's just they've been quiet on other I don't want to say snitches, but they've been part of this internet thing before the when they did the gangs thing with the gangland stuff and they caught people online. When they talked about that military basic training, I didn't know there was gangs in the military. I was like, what? When I saw that documentary, I said Bush did that. And I said, yeah. And that's how the internet got infiltrated. But once upon a time, nobody was really speaking on that stuff in the manosphere. No, manosphere was clean. You got intellectuals. You had smart people that try to get away from that stuff. But when you have the P versus non-Ps, that's became a problem. You're bringing the pimping and tricking element and the female thing. That's kind of derailed. And see, that I blame PUAs for that. These squares. Be a square, really. There's nothing wrong being a square, but I'm just saying, don't broadcast neither one because now I know the tricking's bad, but the P's is bad too because they perpetuate a lot of tricks in the world because 9 out of 10, the tricks are really a woman, what News said, but it can be the guy too. But you cannot be damn thirsty, like y'all said. When you're too thirsty, things happen to you. If you're a P and try to live that lifestyle, I wouldn't do that either because they want you dead. They want to lock everybody up. Human trafficking is no holds barred. I mean, you're going to jail. And if you look like one of those guys, you're doing time. And see, that's why I don't trust these SYSPM dudes. You got to be careful because they consider you as a P too. Sometimes a trick, sometimes a P. Because we don't know what you are. You claiming, oh, I hate black women. Yeah, but in other countries, they can lock you up for that. They know you're American. They will love they will love to lock you up, because they have no idea. These countries are not playing. The countries I've seen and research online and people tell me they travel, they say, well, they don't play, especially them conservative countries like them Arab countries. You better forget about that.
Yeah. And the thing is that, okay, my thing is this. I don't agree with the T thing. I don't agree with it personally, but at the end of the day, I'm realistic enough to understand that people are going to do whatever they want to do.
Facts.
So people are going to choose. So people are going to choose to be a T if they so desire. So if that's the case, okay, that's the case. That's their business. But you don't bring that stuff to this space. This space was not built for that. It was not built for that. But you have to blame Black Manosphere 2.0 for allowing this stuff because their thirst for females caused them to embrace the PUAs, the fake P's, the fake T's, and the gang dudes and all that other nonsense. You have to blame that. Oh, Mike V in the house. What's going on? Uh-oh. See, this is a 1.0 reunion right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, what's going on, Mike?
Oh, man. Continue with your discourse.
Yeah. But now it's gonna be a good conversation. All three of us.
Yeah. Next thing you know, Someone Black will probably be up here, and I was like, but from last night, that was a classic. I'm gonna watch it probably this weekend. Yeah.
I would love my man Someone Black to come up, but you keep that stuff away from this space. If that's what you choose to do with your private life, fine, that's on you. But don't bring it to this space with that, man. It's a damn shame. But go ahead, Mike. You got the floor.
Now I'm just now catching up, man. The last 30 seconds, so I don't even know what the topic is. So,
it's kind of open topic. Everybody's worrying about these coaches, like these lifestyle game coaches, wherever you want to call. I call them life coaches. These pseudo red pill guys, Fresh and Fit and Alvin Preach. They're different. At least they're honest with theirs because they talk about different things. They criticize the manosphere a lot too. In the spaces, they're outside looking in. They get sources for their fans and whatever. And then Fresh and Fit had these prostitutes, these whores from OnlyFans, slapping them up and stuff, and then it caught up with them, and they had them on the show, right? And I'm talking about the instance of what they're trying to promote manhood is, and it is pseudo. I can say that. I ain't saying they are, but I'm just saying the concept what they're preaching is kind of wild, and a lot of people are upset about it. And they just now realize I've been seeing that for like the past couple of years. I've noticed these new spaces arrived, and like you said in the politics part, it's got to move differently, man. You can't just be on here online, threaten people online, especially promoting this stuff, and then it's going to be washed away real soon, because a lot of stuff is claiming down on the men more, because they're trying to give it to the females regardless. It's been like that way for years. So yeah, you kind of blame 2.0 about that's what we're talking about, and they have guys with PhDs that think like this, and then you wonder why the P's are protected. Everybody's protecting each other's ass. So yeah, you got police on here. You can't do what you want to do around here, no matter what side you're on the political spectrum. You just got to be careful with your mouth, man. You know the women's gonna pull that trigger.
Yeah, well,
why? What? Yeah, go ahead.
No, well, I was just gonna say that the thing is, a lot of these guys are not interested in progress, and so
Right.
if you go back to 1.0, man, and you know you had a lot of brothers who had different sort of views of opinion, but you kind of built on everybody's idea, and so you didn't have all of this talk about getting with women and stuff like that, and trying to profitize and monetize the space. Now these guys figured out that they can monetize it. They don't care about, you know, what happens to black men in terms of you know, grape cases and stuff like that. They don't really care. They only care about the monetization of it and what they can get out of it. And so they're no different than BLM, who they constantly accuse of profiting off of black men's deaths. They profit off of black men's grief too. And so as long as black men are in a destabilized state, that works best for them, because then they can always just play into the grievances of black men. And then that grievance is the gynocracy or the matriarchy. They never really focus on the bigger picture, which is the system itself and systemic racism and all of the systemic issues that impact black men. And so we kind of broke away from all of that type of stuff and tried to, focus our channels on building on those sort of ideas and concepts of how can we actually seek progress. And that's why, I used to do the tech talks on Saturday mornings on the Brain Trust, to really trying to push the envelope on discussions and the ideas of where can you go? Can you really go from washing dishes to getting an IT? There's a lot of guys who went out and got their certifications based off of our live streams and podcasts, and have built careers for themselves, entry-level careers, but they built careers for themselves off of this. And you don't see those guys posting anymore. Those guys are too busy working. They're too busy out there getting that mugger. And so I think the equilibrium would be for guys like myself, Wacky World of O, guys who really stand for things, to really keep putting content out that counters a lot of the narrative. A lot of people think that when I post on the Progressive Brothers podcast, that I'm just doing it to take shots at certain content.
No. You're doing the right thing. It's a counter. Yeah,
I'm countering everything that they do. I don't need the money, man. I make more money, offline than I do online. I don't care about this stuff. This is nothing. This is peanuts.
Right. Correct.
It's all about just building a counter narrative and counter storytelling. That's really a fundamental part of it. They don't like when we talk about 1.0 because they weren't there. And so if they don't see the content, they like, oh, well, y'all just making that up, man. If it ain't there, if I can't see it, then it ain't happening. If a tree falls in the forest and doesn't make a sound, I'm like, Nick. So at the end of the day, I mean, we've seen what 1.0 look like, and we've seen what a functional social space looks like. Right now, this social space is so dysfunctional, it's unrecognizable. It doesn't really serve a purpose outside of, making money off of the grievance of black men.
Yeah, it's very destructive. Like you said on your podcast on that channel, man, that's guys for learning about progressivism and things like that. I mean, it's good to see both sides, like what is really conservatism is and what progressivism is, and it needs to be teach really, especially in these spaces, because when you say stuff and don't do research, it's kind of sad. That's why you get all these dudes over at Ramil's, for example, talking about politics. That's where their feeding ground is, and I hate to say that because that's the problem. Because I don't know if conservative is a black man. You know, he could be a mixed person or a white, but we don't know. Okay, because he barely came. So I came up every once in a while on different platforms, and I tell people, you got to know what you're talking about, man, because that's why you got the Anthony Logans, the what you call it, that Officer Tatum's, and that's why Charles be going at him. Well, see, it's not easy when you have the canards, or what I would love to call them canardism. They do a lot of damage, man. A lot of young boys, when they get like 18 and up, they be listening to stuff and things spread around different platforms. And I get why by now, you know, it ain't nothing serious. It's just our ideology is bad. It's bad enough when we heard it historically, you know, because you got to bring some facts. I know people are going to be one-sided on one thing, but you got to do your research. And I think his channel, Mike's channel, that second channel is valuable, man. You got to learn to do the proper research. And then they don't even bring up, what do you say, Michael Steele. They don't bring up other conservatives. I can name them top of my head if I have a list. I might have to do that stream. It's a future stream I'm thinking about. I have to construct it right. The history of what's the name, Barry Goldwater and them dudes. That right there is important. You got to learn the history of it. And then other countries do it too. It's different levels of it. But that's the problem, man.
Mm-hmm. And like Big J Triple X said out to him, they don't even know the history of certain arguments that they make, as far as they trying to make so-called black females the face of welfare recipients, when we all know that factually speaking, the majority of welfare recipients are Caucasian single mothers. I'm not trying to not that I'm saying that right. Isn't a welfare issue or a government assistance issue in the so-called black community, but it seems like in this space they try to make the so-called black female the face of welfare recipiency in America, not realizing where they get that from. They got that from a racist, so-called conservative, political strategist. And I forgot this guy's name. And during the 1970s, they utilized this mulatto female from Chicago, who was basically committing a lot of fraud, a lot of welfare fraud, where she was stealing other people's identity and to receive a lot of government assistance, to the point of the fact that she was making, I think, like close to $100,000 per year off of government assistance, you know, and the media, with the help of this politician, I forgot the name of this guy, because, well, but with the help of this politician, the media made her the face of welfare and why welfare is bad for America. And ever since then, society have used so-called black people as the face of why welfare is somehow bad, you know, and they don't realize all that. And when you got the manosphere adopting this way of thinking, they don't realize they get this adopted from some sort of propaganda that was created by a racist. They don't understand that. Sorry that I was a little long-winded. Sorry.
No, you good. You made some good points, and that's part of it. I talk about it on the channel. It's like, yeah, when did we embrace partisan politics? I understand we was non-partisan in the beginning of the sphere, and I've noticed in other sectors, I'll say outside the manosphere, they was talking about it online years ago, but it wasn't as big when I think Obama was running for president. You know, they didn't talk about it that much. But when we got extremely partisan as black men, like the stuff they be talking about is stuff they got on TV, and they ain't actually read books. And that's what bothers me, because the stuff I learned about racism from the South, a lot of stuff you can get from libraries. You can see the histories and things like that, and they tell it in your face. I had a Native American teacher tell me about the history of the black inventors, Andrew Jackson, his racism, how height of conservatism that he practiced was very vicious, you know, and people don't know that because a lot of them know the culture is how it was. And that state is still conservative to this day, no matter what party you align with. They practice that stuff. And I said this in a live stream early this morning, last night, about conservatism like that to Solon Black and Just DeAndre. And it's really real like that, you know. Yeah, man. They're not playing out there. And that's the same thing you have in these spaces. It's the ideology, what they talking about. But calling people communists is kind of funny on the left. I've yet to see a far left in the manosphere. It's only a handful. It ain't that many. Sure, you got your people that believes libertarian and in between, but not as much.
No, it's a red herring, because what is communism? When you ask them what communism is, they don't really know how to define it. Mostly because, you know, these terms have been used and weaponized by racist people as racial slurs against black people.
Yeah.
It's not really, no black person can admit to being a communist because they don't live in a communist society, and there is no place in the United States that is practicing communism anyways, outside of the military. If you want to use the raw definition of communism, which is a centrally planned government, from an enterprise and institutional standpoint, the military is the most communist structure in our society as it stands. They get a lot of money to basically hire people, because in the military, even if you pass the AFAB, you're almost guaranteed a job somewhere, whether you're washing dishes or you're infantry. So the idea here is that somehow black people or somebody who's on the left is a communist. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense at the base definition of it, but when you really start to think about it from a racial standpoint, it's really a replacement for the word nigger.
Yeah.
It's really to replace that. So a lot of, because that's why they love it so much. Oh, you communist, you Marxist, you socialist, whatever other ism they can put in there, feminism. That's their way of just basically calling you a nigger. So when a white person says that about a black person, I know where that comes from. But a lot of your black fanatics, right-wing fanatics, are starting to use it now just to copy or engage black people who they think is on the left. But the black community has always been on the left historically. I'm not sure why this part of history is so lost with them, because
I agree with that. And it's just like on the right, they've been brainwashed. Well, see, here's the problem. Yeah, we may have a little conservative on the right. It wasn't that many historically, because we'll always be middle to the left, or I wouldn't say extremely far left, because I'd say black people historically were progressive. Now, different other dark nations, they were different too. Yeah. But every black person around the world ain't the same. I try to tell people, certain Africans say, no, these American blacks has always had a left ideology, if you really think about it. And it's sad to say that, I think B just said this, if you go outside of America, they look at you as a liberal anyway, but 9 out of 10, you're more of a moderate. You can't be conservative outside the country, and they'll tell you why, because you don't have their principles. Every conservative is different. If you're like authoritarian conservative, you have to practice those principles and those policies. And when you talk about real policies, what you're going to do for the people, how you're going to conserve their money in wherever capitalist society you have. Now, communism couldn't work in, I wouldn't say Russia and China, because, it's been hijacked. It's a bunch of capitalists right now, but it ain't what it used to be. But they do manage what's called socialism. Now, we can call ourselves socialists. Yeah, this country is somewhat socialist with the corporations. I give them that. But,
but class struggle for black people have always been on the left. It has never started from the right.
Yeah, it never started on the right. Yeah.
The overthrowing of slave masters and trying to destroy the system of slavery has come from the left. That's a leftist agenda.
Yeah.
Yes.
So where is this idea that black people were walking around clutching their Bibles and suit and ties and were sipping tea with their pinkies up. That never happened, man. There's no part of history that you can refer to, whether it was the 1800s or the 1900s, the 20th century, where Black people were living comfortably as conservatives. That has never happened.
Yeah, and that's where when they said it, and I'm just gonna read this comment about this boy right here, Sound Mind. He said conservatives love to throw terms socialist, communist, and Marxist around without actually knowing what they mean exactly. That's the problem.
And I, you know what? I was just about to make that point, because speaking about how these fake Black conservatives want to call other people communists and socialists and Marxists, I would challenge them. Okay, show me a time and date in so-called Black America when you saw a communist community. Show me when you saw a Marxist community. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, a simple definition of Marxism is the removal of class, where there's no class, right? Where
no, not necessarily. Go ahead.
But I'm just being simple, just the simple part.
It's actually the philosophical view, because it's a philosophy. It's not an actual system. It's
not actual.
It's a philosophy.
It's a philosophical view of capitalism's labor, acquisition of wealth, and lack of democracy.
Right.
It's really the three tenets of it.
Right. Which in turn, that philosophy, which in turn, if that philosophy was applied in actual, it would mean that it would be a society with no class, right? Because I know it's a philosophy, it's not a system. That's correct. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that show me a date and time in Black America where there was a Marxist or social, or a Marxist or a communist community. Show me.
There's never been that, brother. Because we've always been enterprising people. We've always been business-minded people, especially in history. Shout out to Brother Mike V. I love the brother. He's very intelligent. Shout out to Brother Obad. What's up, Brother Wack?
What
did you just say, brother? We've always been liberal. Is that what you said? How?
No, I said if
you look, especially in American history, we've always been gun-toting, religious, right? We've always been focused on civil rights being respected by the government, right? Making sure that the government is following through with its promises in regards to the Constitution.
Peace, serve.
I don't understand how we've always been left. How do you come to that conclusion?
Who wrote the Constitution?
What do you mean who wrote the Constitution? Leftists wrote it. Rightists wrote it. The founding fathers wrote the Constitution.
America is a liberal experiment. What's being done here has never been done in human history.
I asked, how have Black people? Black Americans have always been on the left. How are you saying that?
Because class struggle starts from the left. It doesn't start from the right. It always starts from the left.
But our problems have always been class struggles. I mean, that's all. That's okay.
Yeah, because America, slavery.
But even though there has never been a time in this country where white people on the same class level have consistently worked at our side to fight for class rights, Mike V. Every single time, and you know this, every single time dirt-faced white people have gotten the opportunity to turn on poor Black people and work for the rich white elite, they do it every time. So where are you getting this class struggle from?
Because the overthrow of slavery is a part of the class struggle. It's the main progenitor of class struggle.
But poor white people were the main ones fighting for the Confederate. It wasn't rich white people, it was poor white people out there fighting to sustain slavery. The very system keeping them poor. That's how devoted poor white people have been to saying, fuck you, Black people, and your class struggles. This is about race. That's how they were willing to fight and die to sustain the very system that kept them poor.
Right. But what I'm saying here is Black people's struggle in this country has always been on the left of class, of class. Right?
I don't
what was
I don't know how you're coming. I don't see how you're coming to that conclusion.
Okay, so let's use Actually, let me bring up a timeline. That'll probably work out better.
I didn't mean to bust up and mess up a topic. I didn't mean to do that at all.
Oh, no,
This is-
because
this is-
I'm trying to bring clarity to this because it's hard for people to really grasp, because when we say left, they automatically go to the LGBTQ community on purpose to not purposely not understand what the left is. The left is about class struggle. It's about punching up. That's what the fist is for, right? So Black people's struggle has always been trying to destroy the system that oppresses them the most, which is the capitalist system and the lack of democracy that they have not been fully integrated with.
Brother, how can you honestly say that the socialist system or ideology?
No, it's not the socialist system.
The ideology would be beneficial to poor people when you have countless examples of regimes now admittedly claiming socialism. Now, whether it was in practice or that's another but lots of examples of regimes claiming socialism, and they did not do anything for the people. It in fact, I mean, they were killed, they were oppressed, just as much oppressed as they were. Bottom line is, my theory is this. This is just human nature. Okay, humans are greedy, humans are power hungry. There will be tyrants. So you're going to have to pick your poison and decide how to maneuver. And whether you have socialism, you're going to have tyrants. I mean, you're going to have oppression regardless. You can
why do you go back to socialism
by the government?
But why do you keep going back to socialism? We're not talking about socialism.
Are you? Because I'm assuming you're a socialist. I could be wrong.
No, but what I'm asking is because when I say the left is about class struggle, you go back to socialism. I'm not sure where did you come from with that?
Well, I'm. Isn't that tied to? Isn't that ideology? Isn't that what you subscribe to in order to fix the problem of class? Isn't that what you?
Well, that would be.
Wouldn't you say that socialism would be part of the solution to this class struggle that you talk about? I mean, isn't that where you stand? I could be wrong.
That would be one idea. But what I'm saying here is the constant slavery uprisings and the back and forth of trying to elevate Black people's social status against the social structures was a leftist idea.
But brother, that was about race again.
The right was trying to preserve their place within the caste structure, because that's what slavery created. That's what came out of slavery, was the caste structure itself. That white people's place would always be perpetually above Black people's. And what Black people were trying to, or at least the slaves were trying to figure out and trying to destroy and dismantle, was those social structures.
Are you one of the people? And I've run into these people, and I'm not knocking you or anything like that, but I've run into several people like this. They basically believe that capitalism is inherently racist. Like, is that? Do you believe that?
Say that one more time.
Do you believe that capitalism is inherently racist?
Western capitalism is inherently racist. It picks the winners and the losers. The winners happen to be white and the losers happen to be Black.
Okay, so but you just basically implied our argument, which is the capitalism that you have here is not necessarily pure capitalism, because you called it Western capitalism.
Yeah.
You didn't say capitalism, Western, right? Okay, so you're basically implying that this version of capitalism we have over here is what's kind of screwed up.
It's designed to prop up white people. It's interwoven into white identity.
Mike, come on, bro. I hate to sound like a caper, I really do, but come on, man. I'm sure you would acknowledge, given your extensive knowledge on class struggles in this country, and I'm not saying that to be, I'm sure you are informed on this, but be that as it may, I'm sure you would understand that poor white people have always been exploited in this country. They just don't realize it, or a lot of them do realize it, but that whiteness. They just can't, you know what I'm saying? That privilege. They just get they okay, you can use us as cannon fodder in the military. Fine. Because I mean, you know the military recruiters, they don't go to rich white neighborhoods, right? They don't go to the Hamptons. No. The military recruiters, they go to the poor white neighborhood. Not just that, but you know what I'm saying when it comes to white people. So I mean that's when you say that Western capitalism props up white people, but I could make the argument that in America in particular, white people have been the most exploited.
Well, that's a
How
byproduct.
so?
That's a byproduct, though, right? Because the white people that you're referring to are class collaborators. They collaborate in
I
keeping
agree.
black people. They collaborate in keeping black people oppressed. So their whiteness superseded that of a democratic system. They were more
Right,
invested.
right.
They
So
were
then
more
how are you
interested
saying
in. Yeah. Go
how
ahead.
are you saying that our struggles is black? I'm sorry, but you this is
Mhm.
my point. Like, how are you
Mhm.
saying that our problems are class based then? This sounds like race to me.
Race is class, is it not?
Oh, come on, man.
Is it not?
It's a caste system, but it's not. I mean, you know what? When you say class,
Yeah.
you mean socioeconomically. You're not talking about race.
Say that one more
You
time.
know that. You say class, you're
Hmm.
talking about socioeconomically. You're not talking about race,
Yeah, but
right?
race
It's
is
not the.
class.
Come on, Mike. Come on, man. That's not the same. Come on, man.
Of course,
Your socioeconomic status is not the same as your race and ethnicity, brother. That's not the same. Come on, man.
of course it is.
Race-based slavery, race-based chattel slavery. Okay, that's a whole different other thing than that's God damn, what the fuck was I trying to say? I'm sorry.
Didn't you just have Lloyd Austin do an interview with PBS talking about how much racism is inside the military and what
Yeah.
and the amount of
Yeah.
the glass ceiling for black men in the military?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was reading something. I'm sorry about that. The text came in. Yeah, that's chattel slavery is race based. That's not socioeconomic based. That's race based, bro. So when we talk
Race.
about the
What
struggles
is
that black
race?
people have dealt with in this country, that was race based. That had nothing to do with our socioeconomic status.
What is race?
And are you basically saying, yeah, for that to be the case, then there would have to, I mean, rich black people deal with racism as well. So it's not, I mean, I don't understand how our problems are class based. Our problems have been race based in this country. It doesn't matter if you're rich or
What
poor in
is
this country.
race?
As a black person, you can still deal with oppression.
What is
Shout
race?
out to be Cosby. If class is race, then how do you explain white privilege?
Because that's exactly what it is.
Okay, but then you have poor white people
Mm-hmm.
that don't care about that, though. They're not, see, we're dealing with class problems, but then you have poor white people that aren't standing with us. So it's not
Mm-hmm.
about race here in America or class in America. It's about race because again, even when you look at the same socioeconomic levels, there's no racial harmony at each and every single socioeconomic level in this country. You have racial disharmony. You have well, I don't mean racial, but you have racism. You have examples of people dealing with racism. Black
How
people
do you
dealing.
define race, Village Arsonist?
I define it in terms of America, black, white. I mean, yeah. I mean that's. I mean, if we're talking about America, yeah.
And does that not define
Descendant
the
of
classes?
Africa, descendant from Africa, descendant from Europe. I mean, that's. I know it's not science based.
So
Yeah,
what would
it's a
so what
caste
was
system. It's not based on science. I will admit that because you got North Africans that are black that are considered white on paper. So
so
I
what
do
would
understand that. It
so
is
what would
more of a caste system, but it's not based on finances. We can't say that class is the problem for black people because no matter how much money we have, we deal with the same fucking problems. I'm sorry, my bad for the profanity, but I just
so
don't understand how class is our problem.
you have to read history, brother. I mean, history is very important in this
And
context.
And when you're
Just like
saying
this
race
book.
is the same as class, but then you look at poor white people, okay, well, why, if that's the case, then how come in every single at every turn in history in this country, poor white people have taken the opportunity to say fuck class, screw money, screw finances, screw socioeconomics or whatever. This is about race. This is white and black.
So what was the Dred Scott decision?
Now, I know I'm going to sound airheaded. It's been a long day.
Mm-hmm.
Dred Scott was the decision about what? I'm familiar with it, but what was the Dred Scott decision? That was
A black man who
that
wanted
was
his
marriage. I'm having a brain fart. Miscegenation laws.
no.
No. Oh, what was that about?
So the Dred Scott decision was based on a black man who wanted his freedom against his captor, his slave master.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay,
Remember?
yeah. I got to mix that.
And what was the court
whether
decision?
they considered us human or not? Yeah.
No.
Okay.
What was their decision? The black man has no rules that the white man is bound to respect, right?
Right. That sounds like
That
race.
was the precipitation.
Not money.
Right. That was the precipitation of the Civil War, 1857.
Right. That's race. I don't
That's
know
class.
which.
That's class.
Okay. Well.
What did they
Since
call
you
it?
keep saying race is since you believe race is the same as class. I mean, we're not really going to have a, because I don't believe that. That's not.
What did they call the black community back then?
What do you mean? What did they call them back then? Coloreds, blacks. What do you mean?
The Negro class.
Right. Negro is what? That's a color. That's a race. That's not based on money. You can't buy your way out of Negro.
I mean,
it doesn't matter how much money you have. You're a Negro. So
let me say something here.
Let Wacky speak on it. Go ahead.
Let me say something. Technically, if you want to be technical, the term class just means category. You know, I mean, the term class have several different definitions.
That's true. One of
the definitions of the term class is category. So technically speaking, based on that, Mike has a point, because so-called black people is a certain category, right? Which means class.
That's true. I'll acknowledge that. I'll see that point. And like I said, I did have a serious brain fart earlier. We learned about Dred Scott in high school, so y'all, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, that's okay. I see that point. Like class, the word in and of itself is not directly tied to socioeconomics. So you can have class based on race. Okay, I see that point. But in regards to American society, when we talk about class, when someone says class in America, when you look at American media and they're talking about class, come on, Mike. They're not talking about race. When they're talking about class on CNN, when they mention class on MSNBC, they're not necessarily talking about race. They're talking about money, rich and poor, middle class, and all these other terms that aren't in any way linked to race. So I'm talking about American society. When I was talking about, again, I see the point that the word in and of itself is not directly linked to socioeconomics. You can have classes based on race, granted. But when we're talking about American society in particular, when people talk about race, can we see that point that they're more than likely talking about financially? They're not talking about race. We don't discuss class in America in racial terms. We don't.
Because
I think that's a problem that Mike has, is that we don't do that enough. I could be mistaken.
May I say something? But
go right ahead, brother.
Okay, but Village Austin, would you agree that economic class is tied to race, especially when you see the racial wealth gap? And even when it comes to earnings amongst people of different races, you see, for the most part, Caucasians in America, their earnings and the level of wealth far exceeds so-called black people on average and as a collective. So in a way, I have to agree with Mike when it comes to economic class being tied to race. So do you believe that economic class is tied to race?
I believe that there are ways that Black people experience racism through, financially, for instance, hiring discrimination, redlining and things like that, and gentrification. Even though I kind of blame us for gentrification, we can't be in a city for decades and not control it. That's our fault. That's another discussion. But as far as race and class in America, Wacky, my point is when I look at these poor white people, yes, they are co-conspirators. Shout out to Mike. But they are also its biggest victims in my, especially these days. Maybe that you'll talk about slavery or whatever. Fine. Okay. Yes. Black people dealt with some shit. We have. Absolutely. But if you really look at poor white people in this country and their history and how they're treated now, how they've been treated back then, how they've been used for cannon fodder for years, that's basically what poor white people have been in this country for centuries. It's cannon fodder for rich white elites, because rich white boys aren't sending their sons overseas to die in these wars. They're sending these poor dirt-faced white boys to go over there, get their limbs blown the fuck off. A lot of these homeless veterans on the street, I see them all the time. White boys, dirty as hell, crazy as hell, talking to the goddamn stop sign. Nobody gives a fuck. Now, Mr. White guy in the pickup truck with his "I love the troop" sticker on the back of his Ford F-150 ain't giving that motherfucking veteran a damn dime. And I notice bullshit like that in this country. So when we talk about race and class, and look, I don't mean to cape for white people and all of that, because I will freely admit again, poor white people, at the end of the day, fuck them, because they asked for this shit. They would rather basically keep up this racial struggle than link up with Black people and say, look, okay, let's link up with these unions. Let's fight for labor rights. No, because they don't want to see you across the street from them, living in the same nice houses as them. That fucks with them. I mean, that's how it goes with them. So they would rather sacrifice it and remain in the position to where they are vulnerable to being exploited through labor. And again, the military, they're throwing them in prisons too. You look at West Virginia and places like Kentucky and shit, there's poor dirt-faced white boys in there. Meth heads, coked out, methed out. I mean, just messed up, poor and broke. So again, I don't mean to cape for them, but I don't see how it's class in this country. I don't see that, because again, if it were class, if the problems that Black people dealt with were about class, then we would have more cooperation with these poor whites, in my opinion. But we've never had that. It's always been race, from what I can see in the history of this country.
Well, you did have some form of cooperation in 1898, right?
You had your John Browns and shit like that. You had, but again,
right, you had
what happened when poor whites were given a choice, Mike? When they were given a choice from white elites, whether you want to keep up these uprisings, you want to keep fighting for labor rights, you want to keep fighting for rights for poor people, and all this, or you want to take this white privilege and come join us and help us keep these niggas down. What did they pick, Mike? And what do they consistently pick every time? So it's, at the end of the day, it's not class, because there's no cooperation from them. It's about race. It's about
because
race.
You're using a very rudimentary way of defining class. You're making it one thing, and what Wacky.
But okay, again, I'm basing it off of everyday American terminology. Come on, Mike.
You're using it outside of the context of this conversation. That's why there's a problem.
Okay, but TVA, I'm listening to you, and the way I perceive what you're saying is that your logic is, because you may have so-called Black people and so-called white people within the same economic class, or within the same economic class, but they are often divided against each other. Therefore, the issue is not class. And basically, once again, I'm hearing you keep repeating the same logic, that because there's that division there between poor whites and poor Blacks, therefore the issue in America is not class, it's racism. But I could utilize that same logic in another way to show you how that logic is incorrect, or it's no disrespect. I'm just, in my opinion, I just don't think that's a very fair statement to make. It's just like, okay, within Black people in America, there's a lot of divisions between us. right? But we still understand that there's a bigger problem as Black people as a whole, in which we are victims of racism, right? No matter the division. Why can't that same issue, why can't that same concept be accepted when it comes to the issue with class? Yes, there are poor whites and who don't want to work together with poor blacks, who will pick their skin color over poor blacks, right? But that doesn't take away from the fact that poor whites and poor blacks still have similar issues when it comes to class. You understand me?
Okay, I see your point there, and that even though poor whites don't acknowledge it, at the end of the day, the class struggles are still there. Okay, I can salute that. I see that.
Yeah,
point.
I want to read this. I found about classism. Yeah, it says prejudice in favor of people belong to a particular social class. And here said, does classism exist in America? It says many America's social issues such as racism, ethnocentrism, and misogyny, they would say, homophobia and transphobia can be intersect with classism. In fact, in 30 U.S. states, but it's still legal to deny employment and fire individuals based on their sexual orientation and gender identity. So, yeah, this is a prime example of what we're talking about in this conversation. And, you know, you can research this for yourself and, you know, and it gives you what are the 5 social classes: upper middle, working, and lower. You know what I mean? That's a form of classism, you know, things like that. But, you know, and a lot of people don't understand, like, you know, America, we have these classes terms, and yes, discrimination and things like that. And, you know, race is just a figment of that. You know, it can be anything, but it is a form of elitism too. But the attitudes of people, what you say, individual behavior systems of policies, practice that are set up to benefit the upper class and the expense of the lower class. So yeah, you have this in the wiki as well. So, you know, but that's a point that Mike was making. I was giving that information out for y'all's conversation. Y'all continue. Whoever wants to speak.
Well, I respect that. I stand corrected in that regard. Wack made a good point.
Mike, you want to speak?
In that, you know, class can be linked to race. You know, I respect that. But
yeah,
you know, at the end of the day, I still don't believe that Black people's problems in this country. I think it's race. And I don't think that when we talk about class in America, for the most part, I don't think it's linked to race. I think for the most part, when people in America talk about class, they're thinking about finances.
Okay. That's one aspect. But if you ever read Isabel Wilkerson's book, you know, Caste, she kind of breaks this whole historical aspect down to a T. It's not really that difficult to understand that the people who were exploited happen to be Black men mostly, but Black people in general. And the people who benefited happened to be white, whether they were slave owners or not. A lot of white people will hold on to the idea that only 2.5% of white people held on to slaves, but just about everybody in the supply logistics chain profited off of the exploitation of Black male labor. So when we talk about
I disagree. I disagree that most white people benefited from slavery. I don't see that.
Of course they did. If you had to move, Wells Fargo were the ones who transported the money around the country. A whole industry was made off of the exploitation of labor, which is slavery.
But slavery kept a lot of white people unemployed. As
they
the
were
saying
unemployed.
goes, why hire a white man if you can just buy and breed Africans? I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Well, they were unemployed enterprise-wise, but they were kept from being in captivity like black people were. Right?
I mean, they weren't in captivity, but they were still kept poor enough to the point to where a lot of them had no choice but to fight for the Confederacy because that was their only income they could get.
Well, I'm saying
why were so many white? And again, I'm not caping, but why were so many white men at that time in that position to where they couldn't say "fuck you"? We ain't fighting. We got money. We can send somebody else. No, we got to go fight because they're poor.
They were class collaborators, though. You always have class collaborators historically. I mean, that's nothing new. I'm saying everybody benefited, other than Black people, from slavery. Whether they had big enterprises or they were just doing what they consider to be gig economy now, going around policing Black men or policing black people. That was a huge industry. Policing came out of all of this. The enterprise and policing came out of slavery. A lot of white men who rode around on horseback went around policing the slaves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you also had the ones who were involved in the genocide of Native Americans. There's a whole industry around all of these mercenaries that we call today Blackwater. They were doing that back then, scalping Indians and cutting the knuckles off of black men. I mean, this isn't really rocket science. It's actual history.
Now wasn't a company called the Pinkerton involved in that also, or am I? Okay, I may be wrong. You guys know a company named Pinkerton, right? One of the most biggest private security companies.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Pinkerton. I could have sworn. You know what? I have to review it. I'm not going to state that as a fact. I have to review because I could have sworn years ago I was watching a documentary and it spoke about the history of the Pinkertons being involved in the genocide of Native Americans. Now I may be wrong because this was about 15 years ago. This may be about 15. So you know what? I digress on that.
No, I mean the Haitian Revolution sent the French into a tizzy, right? It sent them into a financial crisis.
Yeah.
That's why they had to sell the Louisiana Purchase.
Louisiana Purchase,
correct.
Yeah, that was a very profitable.
My basic question for you is, I might be misinterpreting where you. I may be misunderstanding where you stand. Are you basically? Is your view? Is it your view? Is it your opinion that the solution is basically for the poor in America to unite? No matter the race. We just need to unite and fight for the poor. Need to fight the power and fight against the powerfully lead them. And is that basically where you stand? You want us to look past race and come together socioeconomically to fight for the rights of the poor and the underprivileged against the 1%. Is that where you stand? Because that's a very utopian idea. And I notice a lot of so-called black liberals have that view. They have this dream that we will have this society in America where race doesn't matter, and poor whites and poor blacks and poor Hispanics. Hey, let's look past the race. Let's get the unions together and let's fight for the rights of the underclass and the underdog. And that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And historically, it's been proven over and over again. It's not going to happen. Poor whites do not want that. They would rather keep the status quo, maintain the status quo, even if it means that they deal with said consequences of again being used as cannon fodder, dealing with the same bullshit rights violations that poor black people deal with. They will deal with that. They would rather deal with that than be equal to you and stand next to you.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying it's inevitable that will happen at some point if the economy keeps going the way that it goes. If neoliberal policies that are being pushed right now that take factory manufacturing labor-based jobs outside of the country and keep collapsing these white enclaves in the Midwest, in the Rust Belt, it is inevitable that these people will organize with black people for a just cause to try to punch up and destroy the system.
You just mentioned the 1800s. The conditions back then were worse. And they still flip. So how are you saying that now, brother?
No, I'm saying it's inevitable that they will do it at some point because they can only export most of these jobs that these white men have for so long. Look at what's happening in West Virginia with the coal miners.
Yeah.
And
I remember that.
And they voted for who, brother?
But they can only vote for so long before they realize that this doesn't work. This system doesn't work anymore.
This system don't work. That's why.
That's what black men have been saying since the 1800s. This system doesn't work, and if you don't make some reformations to the system or changes to the system altogether, the system's going to collapse on itself. And two, what are you going to do with all of these people who are angry and are holding guns and the pitchforks come out? What do you mean? What do you mean the system's going to collapse on you? You understand globalization? Like, what do you mean? What system? You understand how many economies rely on the United States, China included? Now they're trying to change that, but they are reaching their tentacles into economies
that rely on the United States economy. So it's like, what system? What's this?
America's capitalist system cannot sustain itself if no one is putting anything into the system.
So who's going to stop putting things into the system?
If people are not working, they can't afford to buy houses. If people can't find jobs because they took out all these student loans and on a path to nowhere, that system is not sustainable. You cannot sustain your society off of debt. It doesn't work.
Everybody's going to have, every country's going to have that problem, Mike. Automation is on the way, brother.
No, not necessarily.
And the countries like China are going to have it 10 times worse than America because they've got way more fucking people to worry about.
No,
so automation
China is on the upswing. America is on the downswing. That's where the problem is. That's why they got out of Afghanistan and they're getting out of Europe pretty soon.
Right.
They're on the upswing for now, but again, automation.
On the upswing for
they're going to have billions of people. They're going to have billions of people that are also going to need jobs. They've already got millions of men that can't find wives. They're having issues with maintaining their population. That with their bullshit child policy that they had. India is having that same issue right now. So, I mean, upswing. I mean, there are a lot of variables. There's a lot to consider when you say.
What did Jerome Powell just say last week from the Fed?
What in particular?
Be prepared going forward that we will not see the economy in the same way that it was pre-pandemic. He's saying be prepared for turbulence, that what we're going to run into, we have never seen before. No one alive has ever seen what's about to happen. The last time something like this happened in 1929. There's no one alive right now that can identify with that.
Woo! Good Lord.
That's why they're going after the cryptocurrency. Yeah, you're going to see a system collapse at some point. In our lifetime, we will see it. Maybe in the next 5 years. It could be next year. It could be in the next 10 years. But at some point, this is going to come to an end. There's no reason why Jeff Bezos should be, flying around in space while his employees are pissing in bottles. That's not sustainable.
Yeah.
People sleeping in cars while doing Uber, Lyft, and Amazon Prime. That's not sustainable, man. You can't run your society like that.
Okay.
But there are plenty of societies that have been running worse than that for a century.
All right.
The American standard of living is a new thing. I think the standard of living is going to go down. Yeah. But
here's what Mike is speaking about. Jerome Powell right here. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome H. Powell outlines the Federal Reserve's response to technological advances driving rapid changes in the global payments and the landscape. And it says right here, the technological advances are driving rapid change in the global payments landscape, but the Federal Reserve is studying these developments, exploring the ways that it might refine its role as a core payment service provider and as is issuing the authority for U.S. currency. As the Central Bank of the United States, the Federal Reserve is charged with promoting monetary and financial stability and safety efficiency of the payment system. But the Federal Reserve Board Chair Jerome Powell said Thursday in a video message in the pursuit that these core functions we have been carefully monitoring and adapting to technological innovations, now transforming the world of payments and finance and banking. So that's the part right here.
I was actually referring to the one I just put in the private chat.
The private chat. Yeah, 3 days ago. Okay. I'm trying to stay on topic. Okay, so yeah,
because he says it himself. He says Fed Chair Jerome Powell says there's no returning to pre-pandemic economy. Federal Reserve Chairman.
Let me pull it up. I got it. I got it right here. Watch the Fed Chair. Yeah, I want to reference that point, what you was talking about. And you're absolutely correct. And he's the Fed Chair. Yeah, he says there's no returning to pre-pandemic economy. But the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, says that the U.S. economy has been permanently changed by the COVID pandemic, and it's important that the central bank adapt to those changes. Watch the town hall player above. We're not simply going back to the economy that we have before the pandemic, Powell said at the Fed. Virtual town hall for the educators and students. We need to watch carefully as the economy continues to get through the pandemic and try to understand the ways that the economy has changed. What was the implications are for our policy? But Powell said that while it's not yet clear if the Delta variant of the COVID will have further impact on the economy, and the country has already seen significant changes, and the pandemic began shutting down the country down in March 2020. Somebody's got background noise. Yeah. So it's all here if y'all want to do, and I'm going to put this in the chat too, if y'all want to know.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm referring to. They see the writing on the wall that, 22 million plus jobs are not coming back, and you have a whole lot of factories that's going to be shutting down. Ford has already announced that they're moving to a BTO model, build to order. So they're not even going to be building out massive levels of cars anymore because they don't need to. They're getting out of the manufacturing business, and this going to go strictly to basically like an Amazon Prime model where if you want a car,
right.
They basically will ship it and drop it off to you. You got over 1.5 million cars that are unsold since the pandemic started. That's impossible to sustain your economy that way. If people can't buy the staples that are necessary to drive your economy, it's in shambles. Can't buy a house, can't buy a car. That means Home Depot can't sell refrigerators and lumber supplies and sinks and all these other necessities that make a house function. Samsung, Hisense, and all these other electronic manufacturers who make TVs. No sense in making TVs if people can't afford them.
Right. And
you can't run your society off of debt in that capacity, which is credit. A lot of people talk about, the black community has $1.2 trillion of spending power. Yeah, anybody can get a Best Buy card, a Home Depot card, and have extra lines of credit on it, and go down to Honda or Kia or Hyundai or whoever it is and go take out a $30,000 loan and finance a car out and find themselves upside down in a few months. That's not the same as having a functional economy where black people have massive acquiring wealth that is relative to their population size. Right now, the black community has lost 1.5% of wealth.
Right.
Since the pandemic has started, and we only have 3% of the wealth in the country. That's not functional. That's not a functional society at that point. It's starting to lose all of its steam that's necessary for it to function.
Right. It's just like you said, that we don't have the tech infrastructure. Like you said this last year in the Brain Trust, I think on BGS, on Art of New Style, and because we don't have the infrastructure to build all these things that are existing, and we can't even sell certain products, even in like the refrigerators you said, the appliances in the homes, all that stuff, because we're not there yet. Like a lot of people trying to rush this tech and gear stuff. A lot of stuff we're like 5 to 10 years behind. I think Justin Andre said that last night. He said that last night, and then early this morning, that 7-hour live stream in between him and Soul and Black, and they broke it down. Like, that's a lot of stuff when it comes to tech. I've been hearing different people been saying in the space like yourself, and you can't you can't afford all this stuff, and it's not sustainable. It won't last. And I think B just said it before. Like it's here, but how are you going to adapt to it? And I know y'all talk about what UBI and things like that, and the income and all that stuff. Yeah,
Apple makes 80% of his profit off of selling iPhones. 80%. What's going to happen if they can't sell iPhones anymore, man? They're going to go out of business.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a lot of cash capital outside of the in Ireland and these other tax havens. Right. But I'm saying their main profit generator, if that comes to an end, if people can't afford to buy iPhones anymore, they're screwed.
Yeah. I mean, but when Steve Jobs died and things, Apple ain't really the same much anyway. I mean, they make good products, but they just, I don't see them like dominating, because there's other tech places come to. Same with Android, how they going to get their parts from other countries they get. It's like any phone. Like, you got to understand, technology and equipment and gear or microphones, that takes like time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know people talk about gear a lot, but that takes time. Like you can't make I hate to say like music industry gear like great. 9 out of 10 people are broadcasting on a small scale. Now podcasting, that's a whole nother thing. That's like audio and things like that, communication with people and the lighting and all that. A lot of stuff that costs a lot of money to get those the newsrooms to get what they want. See, I know they have lavalier stuff and microphones, but you can't sell that stuff to them if it doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like what you're saying, but the Apple thing, all that stuff has to work. You know, it has to be in sync what you want in tech. So it's a big deal.
Yeah, a lot of people don't really understand the intricate details behind the capitalist system and what it takes to actually make it move. In order to make it move, people have to be able to buy things. But if people are not working pre-pandemic and during the pandemic, and they're not going back to work at any point, your society is not going to be able to sustain itself. You're going to have to figure out a different way. And I'm
gonna have to ask this question before I drop it because my phone is almost dead. But Mike, I'm not understanding how you keep dumping on capitalism, but yet we're talking about, for instance, China. Now, what are we going to give credit for China's right? We're going to credit socialism. What are we going to credit?
In 2008,
it was clearly capitalism and free enterprise and innovation that led China to what it is today. Okay, it was not socialism. China tried it. They were a socialist country. They tried it. Okay, Mao Zedong. They tried it. It didn't work out. Now they're on the path of becoming a superpower. They already are. What are you crediting that to? What would you credit China's success?
Neoliberal policies drove China's economy. The United States, you know, your founding
capitalism.
Let me finish. Ronald Reagan is the god, or at least the founding father of neoliberalism. They started exporting all of these jobs, all of these manufacturing jobs to China. China was manufacturing just about any and everything that the United States chose not.
Jobs from the capitalist country. But go ahead.
Yeah. The manufacturing jobs.
Before China came in contact with all this capitalism, they weren't. So I mean, it sounds like you're crediting capitalism, but you just don't. You're beating around the bush. You just don't want to come on down the street. You want to take the left road and the back roads.
No, that's too simplistic of a view of economics. When they talk about being socialist,
I'm just breaking down everything that you're saying. But everything that you're mentioning is linked to capitalism. Everything that you've mentioned so far is linked to capitalism.
It's been an accelerator for other things, but as long as the dollar is strong, then the Chinese are going to use it. That's all it really comes down to. The dollar is still strong now, but what we're saying is in the next 10 to 15 years, that may not be the case, and it won't matter because China yuan will basically take over. The digital yuan is already here, which is what Mark Zuckerberg was trying to tell the Senate, that if you don't do something now, it's going to be too late. And right now it is too late.
Yeah, well, I mean, that sounds like capitalism. That sounds like
no, that's not capitalism.
That's what it.
If the state owns the means of production, then that's not capitalism.
No. I was asking, what did you again? My original question was, what were you crediting China's rise to? China's rise wasn't linked to authoritarianism.
Say that one more time.
China's rise didn't really have much to do with authoritarianism.
To an extent, yeah. I mean, you have to crack the whip, in order to get people, a billion people to be organized. But what I'm saying here is their ability to take all those manufacturing jobs, they were willing to take that risk, environmental risk and social risk, in order to get to where they are right now. 40% GDP over the last 30 years is actually pretty significant. Even the United States has never seen anything like that before in its history. It has never seen that level of GDP growth. China, if you go back to 1980, 1981, China was basically a flat country. Today, it has more metropolis and skyscrapers than the United States does. In fact, they have faster trains than the United States even has. That doesn't come out of just a capitalist system, that takes a whole lot of vigor from a political standpoint. That's centrally planned. So the Communist Party is in fact a communist party, but they were the ones who drove their
But you
economy.
can't, you cannot credit communism.
I'm not crediting
They're right.
communism. I'm
Well,
saying,
okay, that's all.
I'm saying
Right.
that society politically is politically managed by the communist state.
Okay, well, we
Their
can
economic-
argue we can argue whether or not a republic is more effective than a centralized authoritarian system, and we can debate that later. I mean that's I would. I mean, you can have a capitalist authoritarian system. You can have. I mean, so those are mixed. I mean, but as far as China's rise, I was basically wanting to know if you would credit capitalism for their rise, and I mean that's
No.
clear. That's so now it's no.
No, I would
Even
not.
though everything that you said when we're talking about their rise, I'm not talking about right now.
Mhm.
Even though still their success right now is linked to their dealings with capitalist, free enterprise, free market nations. But never mind. I mean, it's not just about the Communist Party and them having these godlike powers. It takes them having these relationships with these free market countries.
What other
With
relationship
these
would they
nations
have?
that allow them to have their products in their countries, things like that. So I mean, their success is linked to capitalism. Their rise is linked to it, and their current success is linked to it. They can call themselves the Communist Party all day long. Free enterprise and capitalism built China, and it sustains it to this day.
Is
And I don't
China a free-
understand
is
how
China a
you
free
won't
enterprise
credit it at
society?
all.
Is China a free enterprise society?
No, it's not.
All right,
It's
then.
not
So
a
why
communist
would I give
society.
credit?
It's not a-
Why would I give capitalism credit in that?
Well, because
in that context.
because you can't. Again, it's not just it's their dealings with capitalist nations that had
That
a lot
doesn't
to do
matter,
with their
though.
rise, and also them allowing certain free enterprise ideals into their countries, into their country, like foreign investment. They do have Alibaba. I mean, they do have corporations. I mean, are they owned by the government? No, because you have foreigners investing in these corporations, but
No,
since they're based
that's
in
not how it
China, the
works.
Chinese government does control it. So to say that the Chinese government owns a company like Alibaba, it's not accurate. And I think you know that. That's not accurate because
How is that
again, you
not
have
accurate?
foreigners that invest in Alibaba. These are owners. This is not a government owned corporation, but it is based in China. And it's based in an authoritarian nation. So yeah, I get your point, but that's not really an accurate description of what's going on, and I think you
Right.
know that.
Right. You have something called a SOE, right? A state-owned enterprise, right? China.
They're literally not owned by, because again, you have foreigners investing in the company
Can I
or
finish my
buying
statement?
shares in Alibaba. They are the owners. That's
Let Mike
literal
V
owners.
finish. Let Mike V finish making his statement.
Right. You have state-owned enterprises, and then you have hybrid enterprises where you have Alibaba and Jack Ma. Remember, Jack Ma went off the radar for almost 9 months because he
Right.
said
That doesn't
he said a
have
couple-
anything to do with ownership, though. He's not the owner of Alibaba.
Right. So we could talk about Huawei. Huawei is what?
5G.
Not 5G. They're
I'm not
Yeah.
too clear on them, but don't they have foreign investors as well?
No, they're a state-owned company.
Yeah.
I think they are on the exchange. I'm pretty sure
Yeah, they're
Huawei
on
is on
exchange.
someone's exchange.
Yeah, they're on the exchange, but they're a state-owned company.
Okay,
That's why
then
you're
you
not-
can't say they're state-owned if they are on the exchange.
You
and
can be
have
on the
people
exchange and still
buying
be
shares.
state-owned. That's
That's
that's possible.
not-
You can be state-owned and still be on the exchange. That's very possible. The three
I don't-
companies,
I have to-
three tech companies on the three biggest tech companies right now on the stock market are owned by the Chinese: DJI, Huawei, and ZTE.
Okay, now again, are these corporations that are owned by the government, or are they do they have foreign people buying shares into these corporations? So how is it a government-owned corporation if foreign investors are buying shares in these corporations, thus buying ownership?
Because
Who the fuck owns it then?
it's publicly traded, but it's owned by the government. That's what a SOE is.
Okay, well that's I guess I'm learning something new in regards to the financial world. I wasn't aware of that. I'll have to look into that because that's not making a whole lot of sense. I'm not understanding how something can be. I'm sure it's a lot more complicated. I'm not, I respect you, but I'm sure it's a little more complicated because I'm not understanding how something can literally be owned by the government and foreign investors at the
Why?
exact
The United States does this all the time.
how?
Boeing,
What
Intel,
corporate? Dude,
Lockheed Martin, they don't
that's not
allow certain companies to operate in China, and if they do, they have a lot of leadway in what its capabilities are. Same thing with BMW, Mercedes. If you look at some of their cars are specifically for the Chinese market.
Yeah,
well, one of the reasons why Boeing has to agree with that because Boeing sells to the military.
Let me add something.
Wacky speak. Go
Let
ahead.
me add something. There's even instances where, and I'm just repeating what Mike V says, where governments can actually own a corporation, and that corporation that the government owns become the primary shareholders of another corporation. And so, like for example, in Jamaica, there's about 3 companies that's in Jamaica. Now, these 3 companies are foreign companies that's in Jamaica that mine something called bauxite, right? And bauxite is one of the primary ingredients to make aluminum foil. So what the Jamaican government did is that they set up a corporation of their own, a SOE, and utilized that corporation to become a 50% shareholders of one of those 3 mining companies that mine bauxite from their land. And the Jamaican government gets 50% of the profits. So this thing does exist. It's not, and it's a foreign company. They bought 50% of the shares of a foreign company. So I'm saying that to respond to what TVA said, because he made a statement saying that he can't understand a company being owned by one government, but it's a foreign company. It's possible. These things happen all the time.
Yes, yeah. Citgo is a Venezuelan company. It's a Venezuelan energy company.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that it's not that hard to figure out. I mean,
and I think the okay. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mike.
Yes, sir.
Even here in New York City, we have the MTA, the MTA, the local transportation system for New York City, right? It's a corporation that's owned by the city of New York.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a publicly owned, a public-private enterprise. Yes. Basically, it wasn't started by the or if you want to use Amtrak as an example, Amtrak is a private public partnership enterprise.
All right.
And transportation.
That's true. What about the USPS, United States Postal Service?
Similar. Yeah, very similar.
Yeah, similar. Yeah. The Village Austin, he said his phone died. So
yeah, he said that earlier. But shouts out to him coming on the panel. Yeah, this is like pretty open because the last time I did these, they're like open topics. That's why I call it the special madness. Y'all can put y'all input in here, so it don't matter to me.
No, I think it's important for a lot of people to understand that because originally how this discussion started was about class, right? And class,
right? Class,
struggle.
yeah.
And
go ahead.
I think people don't understand that slavery was a forced system. It was a government institutionalized system.
Exactly.
So, Black people's relationship to it was having their labor exploited. And so the organization of uprisings all over the country and in different parts of Western society, especially in places like Haiti, that was bound to happen. That's what Karl Marx was kind of talking about in his dissertations, that, or at least his essays, that if the conditions are not right for the for the worker or the laborer, it is inevitable that the laborer will try to overthrow their their master. And so people are looking at this saying, well, I don't understand, how can race be class? But race is class because it predesignates where certain people are going to be within the society itself. Because slavery created a caste system where white people exploited black people. It's not that difficult to understand. I mean, I mean, we're still having the same issues even when it comes to law enforcement. A black man who legally possesses a gun like Philando Castile can still be unloaded on, and you have not one white person come out and say, who's a 2A Second Amendment, advocate,
right?
Say, oh, well, the government's going to come take our guns. Well, you just saw a man on camera have his rights taken away illegitimately, and you haven't said anything. And so that's where the class collaboration comes in of poor whites who side with the government when it's convenient for them.
Yes.
To protect their place.
Exactly.
And so I think that's where we're having this sort of misunderstanding of what class actually is and what class struggle is about. It's not that difficult to understand.
I want to reference Ahmaud Arbery for one, even though they weren't going to show you how he died, and it's the same thing with that. And then they took that out of the news. But when I saw George Floyd that summer last year, and I was subscribed to a certain individual, and I know he said F George Floyd, and you got dudes that think like that, even with the whites. They said, oh, he died with fentanyl. And I said, no, he didn't. And just DeAndre confirmed it was not all the way through his system like that. Autopsies, they found pieces of his body that there was no such drug in there. They killed him. I mean, the officer that killed him is doing 20-something years in prison. He put his foot, I would say knee to the neck, to the shoulder. It was both in the neck and the shoulder. If you look at it right angle, it was a knee on his neck and the shoulder. And he killed him. And it took time to kill him that quick. And then when I saw it, we saw it on television or on the internet. And he was bold about it. He knew him for what, like 20-some years? And that's a shame that how he died. And I don't know why people are trying to say, that ain't class, that ain't racism. I said, yes, it is. That shows you dominance. Why you think in their eyesight and that posterior that they have this ideology? We talk about race all the time on this channel too, in certain topics. Like we mentioned areas that you grew up. That's normal. I come from a state that's known for that. You know what I'm saying? And they're still proud in the central region, the middle part of Tennessee. See, East and West is more finessely liberal. Once upon a time used to be conservative, but now they done moved to the middle. My dad said a lot of those red counties that you see that's outside of Davison, you go to Macon County where it's sundown, they still practice that. They just don't get violent like they used to, but they can still kill you, even the cops. You can't tell me that ain't classism. That has classism all over it. Fascists are classism too. If you study fascism, it's the same thing. It's just more dominance. It's in your face. They do things what corporate people do. Socialism is more lenient, but the fascism is so high. I don't know why people want fascism so much. They wouldn't live that type of society. I saw how Italy in history, what it was like. You weren't able to live like that. I mean, I'm sorry, man. Especially class, right? Yeah, go ahead.
To repeat what I was saying before regarding class and race is that you could easily tell that race is tied to class when you look at the racial wealth gap in the United States, and you also look at the earnings gap, the racial earnings gap within the United States, and there's a big gap between the wealth that blacks have, or the earnings that blacks have, in comparison to every other race in the country. So and wealth, which includes your earnings, will dictate which class you belong to. So that's what I was trying to tell the TVA. So therefore, for the most part, race is tied to class. I mean, when you have people in today's society, even now, when you even have corporations that are acknowledging that institutional racism exists, what do you think institutional racism is about? It's about keeping a certain race of people within a specific class and creating tactics, maneuvers, and policies to make it very difficult for a certain race of people to move up in the higher class. Institutional racism is all about keeping so-called black people within a specific class. That's all it's about.
Right.
Yeah, it's keeping a structured society and in equal,
Right.
and equitable. So I want to make sure that Jersey Hammond's comment doesn't go unhighlighted, but any economic system that wants the government to allocate resources is socialism. End of. Well, let's think about that for a second.
Yeah.
When you had white people come over here from Europe and after the Civil War, they gave these people 160 acres of land, and if they occupied it for 5 years, the government would grant them citizenship. They also gave white people, in particular, access to housing and access to finance. They never did that for black people. And so, who's really the socialist here? The suburbs were predefined and designed in order to keep white people away from black people. The government subsidized all of that. So when people say, "Oh, well, any economic system that wants the government to allocate resources is socialism," well, white people don't seem to have too much of a problem with having their lifestyle subsidized by the government.
And can I add on to something to what you just said, Mike?
Yes, sir.
When you said how the United States government subsidizes the suburbanizing, for lack of a better word, of America, just look at the GI Bill. That was the government giving people specific, more so Caucasians, money so they could afford to buy a home outside of the inner cities. And when you look at the GI Bill at that time, although you had many so-called blacks in the military who fought in the military, who gave their life for this country, when they came back, a lot of them was denied the opportunities that the GI Bill was supposed to give them. And a whole lot of Caucasian soldiers benefited from the GI Bill. So going back to what Mike said, who are the real socialists?
Yeah.
And I'm going to say this. I'm going as far as to say this.
Mm-hmm.
If socialism is helping people, then what's wrong with it?
It's nothing wrong with it. It's
I'm asking a rhetorical question, but go ahead, no, go ahead. You could answer. Go ahead. It's your house, man. It's your house.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's nothing wrong with it as long as you're practicing it correctly. Like, socialism has never destroyed societies. 9 out of 10 people try to change it and go straight to capitalism, like to the far right. That's more authoritarian way. I mentioned fascism earlier. That's why you have a lot of fascist countries want to destroy it, because you see it in Europe. You see it in South America, but these dudes don't study how socialism is not always bad. It has its negatives, but still it helped people to get jobs. Like, you're supposed to progress. And I mean, capitalism kind of varies, but it depends on what type of capitalism you're talking about, because capitalism can lean towards the right too if you be aggressive and add class to it. Like England is not what it used to be since the days of 19th century and 18th century. It ain't what it used to be, because America became a powerhouse. Yes, it's a liberal experience. And I say this all the time, and I think BGS said it. If you go outside the country, they look at you as liberal. This has never happened.
Yeah.
It's more like they use a theory called utilitarianism. It birthed those ideas, mixing with communism and things like that. Because if you study utilitarianism, it talks about the happiness of the greatest number, of maximum happiness, and it's also in your military, and that's part of it. If you want to get technical, because that's in your military. It has a little communism, but it's also utilitarian too, because they actually structure rules, right and wrong. It's more with morals. It can be relative sometimes, but that concept still exists, and that's called, what do they call it in theory? The rule utilitarian. There's books on it, and that's how societies work. Now, if you're a nihilist, you're more right wing, or extremely, you can be left wing, or like an anarchist. That's a nihilistic point of view. You can be destructive, you can be classist and don't care about the mass of people. And that's a nihilistic person. He's just destructive. He's like a rugged individual. That's what you got today in the manosphere, and that's what you got, dudes not caring about studying policies correctly. And that's why these white boys that you see in the other side of the manosphere preaching that stuff. And that's where they get their talking points for. So I try to tell, Kuda, like, it's no point of debating white people like that if they think the same way in these black spaces as well. That's why Mike's channel is so vital. You need the counter. They debate each other all the time, fight each other like a bunch of niggas over there. I don't see no structure over there.
Well, I put a link in the back chat to actually expound on that concept of socialism, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Lyndon Baines Johnson went to West Virginia in 1964 and saw how poor white people were living.
Yeah.
And was disgusted by it and came up with food stamps. And so when they talk about socialism, the government came in with resources to actually help empower the people's
let me put this in my
economic
bookmarks. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in my bookmarks. Hold on. Appreciate it.
Yeah. And so people always, the reason why socialism is so misunderstood in this space is because it's a way to make people think that that black people are somehow sucking off the teat of the government unjustly,
Right?
And that you need to do for self. And I'm saying you have all these white people got their lifestyle subsidized by the very same government, but when it comes to black people, you got to climb Mount Everest, you got to rub your belly and pat your head and do all these other extracurricular things to try to make it in society in comparison to your white counterpart. That doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. So this idea of romanticizing or going back to Jim Crow, where black people, they had their own businesses because they had to, they didn't have any other choice. But once you integrated your society, the consequence of that was that black people were going to lose out because of the economic strife that came out of it. Because going into the 1960s and especially by the 70s, you had third wave industrialization, and you had the denying of homes and things like that. Black people didn't actually own their homes back then. They actually bought contracts. Right. And so these contracts basically stipulated that if you miss one payment out of like 20 years, then, the government, not the government, but the loan company the mortgage company has the ability to come in and take that house from you. A lot of black people lost their houses this way in the South.
So true. Yeah.
So white people didn't have that problem because their loans were government backed. And so I just don't understand why this is so difficult for some people to understand that if you don't like socialism, then you have to ask white people to give up their socialist benefits that they've been getting for all this last 150 years. They've been getting all of these type of things.
And Mike, you know what's so funny? When a lot of people in this space talk about socialism, but yet within the past year, I bet received their stimulus money.
Yeah.
They didn't turn that down.
They turn that down. It's the hypocrisy of it. And they be talking about this stuff over at Ramil's, and I shake my head. They so pro-right all the time. The people they have on their panels, and I shake my head and like Big Truck in them. I'm like, dude, how can you vote for Biden but have right-wing political issues? Like, dude, man, like the one you was arguing with, right? He's them type of dudes. He's them type of dudes be over there, hanging with Fantastic and them. Like, that's the problem right there. And y'all talk in circles, man. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, go ahead, Wacky.
And you don't think sorry? Okay, thank you, sir. The thing is that once again, okay, a lot of these individuals don't truly know about history because all they're doing is repeating what happened during the 1950s in America, where almost everybody and their mother was accused of being a communist and a socialist. McCarthyism. And not only that, but prior to the 2015 presidential campaign of Donald Trump, no one in this space was calling people a damn socialist and a Marxist or what have you. Since Donald Trump, basically reset the conversation and started bringing back a McCarthyism, calling everybody a communist and a socialist, that's when they followed their daddy. It's all goes back. And then, like Mike said, it's just another when people in this space label so-called black people as communists and socialists because they trying to, they trying to make the long story short to sit there and claim that so-called black people just sucking at the tit of the government. Once again, they're following the logic of their racist daddies. Okay, specifically Lee Atwater. Shout out to Big J Triple X for that. Lee Atwater, who was the Ronald Reagan's campaign strategist, in which he created something called the welfare queen, in which he took, like, guys, I'm sorry to repeat myself, but repetition is the mother of knowledge. Where Lee Atwater took this lady named Linda Taylor, who was a so-called mixed black female from Chicago, who was committing fraud, where she was stealing people's identity and using that identity to get welfare checks all up and down the state of Illinois. And Lee Atwater used that face and called it the welfare queen. And from then on, the media utilized a black person's face as the face of welfare in order to, as a way to give, as a way to make America think that welfare dies and ends with so-called black people. And today's manosphere are just following that. They're just following that trend and not realizing that a lot of their beliefs come from their racist daddies who don't like them. But
exactly. And it's just like the stuff too. They're extremely have fascistic thinking too, just like Lee Atwater and all them other guys. Like I mentioned before, that concept, that capitalism, that right-wing capitalism that I'm talking about, that is probably like that since the 40s too, even though he got his teachings from Hitler and everybody else, Napoleon, and people don't understand. Napoleon was not liberal, man. He was somewhat conservative. He was violent, man. He didn't care about his own people like that. I mean, come on. I mean, yes, he used me and Justin Andre talked about Hannibal, right? And he used Hannibal's tactics in the military, right? But not all tactics are good because they'll use it for their own purpose. Because here's what capitalist right-wing people do. They dominate others. That's what capitalists do. They create class to kill the poor so they can control them. Just like slavery. In ancient times, wacky in scriptures, they tell you, like I do this on my channel too, and I explain the history, the politics of it, why people do what they do back in the day. White folks, they love conquesting, right? And then America was probably the greatest conquest they ever did. It's just, it has liberal principles and things like that, but you still got some form of racism in conservative states, like still practice classism today on business, corporations, churches, sports, combat sports. I mean, come on, man. I mean, y'all have good points. You and Mike brought the links in there. I put in the chat. I tell people, this is what we're dealing with. And these guys get on panels claiming they know something, but don't do research and put links. But then they listen to guys like Alex Jones, that's an agent provocateur, a control opposition. That's the problem. I mean, that's the problem. Go ahead, Mike.
When you have low information, then you're bound to, be swindled by anybody and bamboozled by anybody who has more information than you do. And so it's important that we have, that's why I always provide links, because I'm not going to sit here and just say something like
same here.
I'm not just going to sit here and say something and not be able to back it up with any sufficient evidence. That's why I say if you refer to the stock market, the top 3 tech companies that before the pandemic was Huawei, DJI, and I don't think it was ZTE. I think it was Xiaomi. I think that's how you pronounce it. I think it was Xiaomi. But those are 3 Chinese tech companies that basically have been funded and controlled by the Chinese government. So I'm not sure why anybody would say that can't be true, that you can't invest into these companies. They allow investment all the time. It's just you don't have it. You can never take that company away from China, is basically how they see it. Whereas in the United States, Cisco, Intel, name your tech company, those companies are independent of the government, but the government still has say so in whether or not they can do business in any of these countries. There's 7 countries that American companies can't do business with: Iran, North Korea, Venezuela, Cuba, Yemen, Syria, At one point it was I think Libya is on that list now. So I think they took Sudan off and put Libya on the list. And so
because of the Muammar Gaddafi. But go ahead.
Yeah. And so these 7 countries, American companies are not allowed to do business with them, even though those companies are not owned by the government. The government has say so in where they can actually operate and facilitate and actually and benefit from. And so what I'm saying here is you have state-owned enterprises, and then you have non-state-owned enterprises that still have to follow guidelines by the U.S.
Commercial code.
Not the commercial code. There's a certain entity. I can't. Not the Treasury.
Oh, I thought you meant. Oh, I thought you was going to say as a set of laws, but okay.
It's my mind right now.
All right. So,
Department of Commerce. Department of Commerce.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but you know, but as far as my statements when I was talking about socialism, it's no knock to Jersey Hammer, because Jersey Hammer, you my boy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he has a libertarian mindset. That's what he is.
He's libertarian. You know, he a cool dude. But I gotta take one more jab at this whole socialism hype. It's because, you know, when people, especially in this space, speak about socialism so loosely, I want to ask them, what about income taxes?
Oh wow.
And not only that, but the fact that, okay, we fund the government. Off of our labor, off of our hard work in whichever industries that we're in. We fund the government. We also fund the government when we buy certain things, which is aka sales tax. So we fund the government in many different ways. So what is wrong in us as a people receiving benefits from the same government that we fund? Isn't that the reason why we pay our taxes? Right? So when people are so quick to shame anyone who's relying on the government, which is what we're supposed to do, by calling people socialists, I'm like, hold on. That's why we pay our taxes for, right? So we could sustain a government that's supposed to benefit us. So I don't get that. So basically, according to the minds of these fake right-wing individuals, it's like, okay, according to their logic, we're supposed to pay our taxes, but not get anything back for the taxes that we pay for. How is that? How does that make sense?
Taxation without representation.
Exactly. So it's like you could attack, like that. There's so many discrepancies when it comes to the logic of a lot of people in this space, mainly because they don't really do extensive research. And like David Cowell would say, and Big J Triple X, I have to take the words from both of them. They would say a lot of people in this space do not do intellectual heavy lifting. They don't.
That's right.
It's sad because both you brothers, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear. Okay, yeah, it's just my mind that went off. Okay, both you brothers remember in times past in the manosphere where we did intellectual heavy lifting. Okay, as a matter of fact, there was a time where you can't come up here and make videos and say anything unless if you did your research.
Exactly.
But you don't see that now. You don't see that intellectual heavy lifting now. It's all a bunch of, excuse my language, pussy whip niggas crying about some hoes. Come on now.
Right. Well, and pseudo intellectualism at that. And that's another thing too. And that's what destroyed the space. And it's a lot of ego. You know, everybody's trying to one up on each other, the Highlander thought, and that just shows you
there could only be one.
Yeah, all that. Yeah. But it's sad though. But that just shows you what we're saying in this conversation, you know, in this discussion. Like, you hear it all the time. I already know whose panels be hosting it and where they crave and who's be on panels in other places. Not only that, on the other side too of the manosphere, like they do the same shit and try to say, yeah, we have a convention, but y'all don't know what y'all talking about. When y'all get into the real political world, they expose you on TV. And that's the funny part too. They don't take this space seriously. And just like the guy with Harrison Family Vlog said, a lot of people don't care about this red pill stuff. They were saying in the chat in his little short video clip, and I said true. And part of the reason it's been tainted, you know, and especially in politics too, because I think both of them been tainted. Like I would say conservatism and liberalism. See, liberalism is used as a dog whistle now because I don't know what it is today.
Right.
Some people call it progressivism, if you want to call it. I mean, progressivism is not bad if you research the word. You know, it means progress. And conservatism, you know, you're conserving something, but it's different levels of conservatism. But you know, I don't know what they call it now. Now, conservatism. Shouts out to Ty City. That was his idea. David and what's his name, Trey. What do he call them in the stream? He called them Pookies. So that ain't even theirs. You know what I'm saying? And I think Edward Anderson, shouts out to him again. He said, dude, y'all don't have no structure in the matter. You know, what you gonna do? Create your own conservative group, and what is your policies? What's it gonna be like? And then they're trying to conflate the two, you know, like they always do. See, I don't know these dudes like that, you know, and they the main ones pushing this narrative. It's not just them, but now SKC, he's a troll. I don't really take him that serious because I understand what he's trying to do with that name, and I get it because he always be in a conversation as a neutralist, but I just don't get it, man. But you got a lot of dudes that love that stuff, man. And like I said, it's the TV, the internet, the brainwashing, and think black people can just be conservative all the time. I've yet to see a historical reference. Conservatives create revolutions. I just yet to see it. It's usually on the left or in between.
Well, the thing is, they uphold the Republican Party as this traditional conservative party, and it's really not.
It's not.
Historically, the Republican Party was a party of social justice. That's how you even got the Civil War in the first place, because that's why I brought up the Dred Scott decision, because it was the Republican Party under Lincoln who decided that they weren't going to tolerate the idea of a black man not having his rights respected as a civilian, and they were going to enforce. They were going to break down slavery in the South. And so, what I'm saying here is the misconception here is that the Republican Party equals conservative and historically is conservative, and that's not the case. If you look up Karl Marx's work, you'll see that Karl Marx was very instrumental in the early days or the mid-turn of the Republican Party in the 1850s. I think after 1857 or something like that. And so you can see, if you read any of his work, he talks about the Civil War and its impact on slavery and that it was a just cause. I don't want to get too far in the weeds with Karl Marx, but what I'm saying here is the liberal party, like you were saying, well, what is liberal? It's basically the social justice party.
Okay,
what it's always been. It's been a social justice party. The party switched right in the 60s under LBJ. But what I'm saying here is the Republican Party originally was a social justice party, and then it slowly morphed into what it is today at the switch. But the Democratic Party, which is now the party of the liberals were always about social justice in the first place. And so that's why you see all of this conflation of rainbow flags and pride and women's rights and feminism and stuff like that. It's because that came from that side of the party anyways. It's not a good or bad thing. That's just what it is. That's just the outcome of what came out of all of that. I think that people in this space think that they can identify with conservative because they don't like the left. And I'm saying that doesn't make you a conservative at all. It actually makes you a grifter. And so,
true.
And it's not. Oh, go ahead. I know Mike was.
No, go right ahead, please.
No. Well, okay. Thank you. And it's and to respond to what Mike said, it's not even that the people in this space hate conservatism. It's not that the people in this space hate liberalism. It's just that they want to go opposite to wherever black females vote.
Facts.
Black females, for the most part, vote a certain way, and they just want to go contrary to how black females in America vote. So it's all about opposing the quote unquote gynocracy. It's all about opposing what this black female does, but without being politically active, to trying to fight for laws to help men.
Right.
That's why I don't get. They want to oppose and fight the gynocracy, but they don't want to go about it the true way, which is be politically active. That's like saying, I want to beat Sir Obadiah at a basketball game, but I don't want to show up to the park and play. I don't want to show up to the gym and play. I want to beat Mike in the basketball game, but I don't want to show up and play. How am I going to beat Mike in the basketball game then? You know,
or because the idea here is that the right or the Republican Party would do the heavy lifting of attacking the minorities, like your black women, like you say, on the left.
right?
So they don't understand politics because that has never happened. That's why I posted the clip with Michael Steele. Look at what he stands for, and look at how he was treated, and then look at what these guys stand for, and look at where they're getting within the movement itself. They have no place within the movement, right? So
Right.
they talk all of this stuff, but they would never go out in public and actually be able to build cohesion with those other palm-colored people over there. There's no way that they're going to allow you to usurp them within their movement. They're just not going to, and they don't want to share space with you. That's why you don't see the Proud Boys with, a substantial amount of black men up in there.
Mike,
Or the Oath Keepers.
Mike, they couldn't even do that with the white manosphere, quote unquote, or the mainstream manosphere. They couldn't do that, which is
Right.
why they came over here.
Right.
Yeah.
So how are you going to do that? How are you going to unite with them in the world of politics? You're not.
And here's the thing, over there they're divided too, because you got certain black folks over there on certain issues as conservatives or whatever. And I laugh at their little circle. They're a joke. Their convention is a fucking joke. And
Which
this is
convention
why
is this?
I'm talking about the other side of the manosphere. They think the same way like these dudes. The difference is, yeah, they got backing, but they're a joke. They can't even debate actual people that's in politics, like the Ben Shapiro's, like, and I try to tell Kuda, like, they're a joke. Debate somebody that's actually got the profession, like they actually is running for office. They wouldn't even last on TV. That's why they don't take this space seriously like that. There's other sectors of red pill spaces that, and they laugh at the manosphere. We're like a small figment to them, right? Like
What-
if you put them on stage, like what Mike researched, right, with the liberal stuff, the conservative actual facts, right? They couldn't even recite who is what you call it, Barry Goldwater, Lee Atwater. They couldn't do it. They just couldn't do it. They don't have the mental capacity to hold an audience like that. They just hold the people from a conspiracy level, online in the corner. And I told this to my father, they wouldn't even last. I'm sorry, man. I've seen better. I debate better white people that's in politics. But go ahead, Mike.
Are you saying that Kuda and them wants to debate?
No, I was saying
With
Kuda was trying
white-
to say. No, he was saying like let one of those guys. He was talking about the black man to debate those white guys, and I tried to tell him, no, they don't have the. I was trying to tell him they don't have the mental capacity to debate the actual politician because he knows more than you, and we got few PhDs in the 2.0 sectors. They can't even debate them. You know what I'm saying? You got to do research. You got to actually have a presentation and stuff like that. And he was trying to say these guys won't debate. They ain't got the mental capacity, and that goes on both sides of the man. So it ain't about black and white. Can you think? Can you answer efficiently? See, just what he does. He challenges his young followers, and they don't do research. That's the problem.
Because they hang on his every whim, which is what I was saying to him before. They hang on his every whim and what he says, but they don't actually read the material. And so what happens here is when they get stuck, then they have to rely on him showing up to a panel or actually, wait on him to upload another video. You know what I'm saying? That's where I have a problem with the subscribers over there, because they try to come here and they try to throw a whole bunch of BS at you, and it's like you haven't even read anything of what you're talking about. Like I can cite, ISBNs or books, titles and articles and things like that where this has been thoroughly researched and disseminated. So what are we talking about here? A lot of these guys see what happened in Afghanistan with the Taliban and think they're going to be able to get the same thing here. Not gonna happen, bro. Not gonna happen.
And the same with the other manosphere too. They think they have certain files. I hate to say this, like I don't want to say Fresh and Fit and them other guys like Rolo and them. They followers don't read. They don't do research. And I try to tell people on the other side, they're not as smart as you think. They're just as bad as BGS followers. I compared them for a simple reason. If you really listen to them, they don't know what they're talking about. And that's bad on Ramil's side too in the chat. It's the same pattern. Like, where do we get this right wing ideology, man? You wouldn't even last in the debate with actual conservatives, no matter what color he is. If he's got a great status like a Michael Steele, for example, they wouldn't stand in front of him. Like,
Now,
he'll
Michael
take
Steele
you.
won't even entertain them.
Yeah, he won't even to entertain. But I'm saying if they ever get in front of him, he'll tell you, where's your sources? They'll pressure him. You know what I'm saying? The spotlight, the TV, they wouldn't even last. It's laughable at this point.
Well, because as long as they're within this confined space and they're on certain panels where you can't get up there and bite their head off, then they're safe.
Yeah.
So they need these safe spaces to maintain their credibility. But
Right.
once you take them out of that, like the what's the brother who's cool with the hood server,
Yeah. Trey.
No, Bryson Gray. You know,
Bryson Gray, yeah, I know him.
Yeah, that the MAGA rappers, right?
Mhm.
I forget the white dude's name from Florida, man.
Oh, I know who he's talking about.
The one with the thick beard who was at the Capitol, he was rapping.
Yeah.
These guys, when they went on to the Rashad Ritchie show, you couldn't hold a candle to Dr. Rashad. A lot of the stuff he was saying was so backwards and didn't make any sense because it's all culture warrior and talking points. And so when he talked about, I don't think social media should, take my content down, but I think that, I should be able to determine whether or not a woman can have an abortion. It was like, so you want to take away other people's rights, but you don't want your rights being taken away.
Right.
How does that make any sense?
That's crazy. And they wouldn't even last in the debate with these political guys. And I'm just saying, on both sides of the sphere, it's a joke. Like, how can you talk real politics to them and they don't do research? And I try to tell BGS and Kuda all the time, they're not as smart as you think. You have to really listen. This is why it's important to listen to Ramil's panels sometimes, just to observe what they're talking about, their topics, why they stuff getting flagged, like the COVID thing. And when they go over BGS and when he brings the docs to actually notice stuff, they don't like to get challenged. See, I know Teapot is more neutral based. I know he aligns with them a little bit, but he's even trying to step away from certain things. No, you got to have it structured, man. Have a real debate thing. You can chop their heads off and whatever. I know he does the time, he does different things, but them guys wouldn't last in a debate on TV. No, they'll break a sweat. And he said, I need some water. and they wouldn't even last. I mean, the pressure will get to them. It's kind of like in sports, man. Like, if you're not trained, not mentally, you up out of there.
Yeah. The manosphere is AAU. If you can't cut your teeth there, man,
right.
It's a wrap, man.
It's a wrap.
Go outside of it. It's a wrap for you because you're gonna go out there and you're gonna get your head knocked off real quick by someone who's more knowledgeable than you, and you won't be able to come back anywhere because all your credibility is going to be spent on trying to go up against people that who's outside of your intellectual class. You're punching above your class anyway. So
your weight class, yeah.
I think a lot of these guys just don't, they don't get it long term. They think that getting on these panels and not really sharpening your skills in communication and really engaging people. They think they don't take that stuff seriously. But what happens when you get out there in public and someone is way more knowledgeable than you, especially a PhD, because Trey took that video down himself. He brought a PhD on the panel. And that PhD tore him up. And he took that video down. So it's just one of those things, man. I don't like to be on panels with people who have low information and they don't really understand the basic nuances of American history. I mean, it's not a secret. And there's 1,000 books written on American history that's been factual the last 20 years or so. If you read any of Gerald Horne's work, Dr. Gerald Horne, his books are basically PhD level literature. I mean, if you read any of his books, you're basically getting a PhD or a master's degree in history, American history and Black history in one book. It's not that difficult. It's only about $20, $25 for a book. And so, Dr. Neely Fuller has done extensive work on the compensatory code of race and racism. So this stuff isn't hidden. It's not like, it's hard to find. It's already out there. So if you want to know more about the left and leftist movements in class struggle in America. That information is widely available. Dr. Amos Wilson,
Yeah.
Claude
Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson.
Yeah, Claude Anderson has a great array of books.
Yeah, I mean, people love to, people in this space. I hear people in this space, always speak about Claude Anderson, but yet it seems like they've never read his books, because even with his books, Powernomics, Dirty Little Secrets, that's a very good book. When it comes to Dirty Little Secrets, I mean, he speaks a lot about how race and class intertwines with each other and the history behind that in America. He speaks about that in both books. Yeah. And it's like what I've seen ever since the Trump campaign of 2015 in this space is that people have a tendency, people on here in this space have a tendency to make assumptions and try to articulate their assumptions as if it's actual fact.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like a person that actually done real research would destroy all that. And I see that people do that time after time again when they debate a point, and you could tell they haven't done any real research, so they'll take an assumption and try to make it seem as if it's a fact, until you put them in a position where they have to provide documentary evidence to prove their point. That's why a lot of times I destroy a lot of people's words by just telling them 2 words: prove it. Where's your proof?
Right.
And when I do that, these people shut down.
Yeah.
You have to be able, and just like you, Mike V, when I stand behind an argument and I present it as fact, I provide links. I mean, when you see my videos, when I speak about certain things in regards to politics and news, I provide multiple links. So, hey, listen, these are the sources that I got my information from. So you do that research. I provide the sources. I did my job.
Yeah, I'm a real big stickler for things like that, because what happens here is they'll try to argue with you, and I'm saying, here's the source. This is from Harvard. This is from Johns Hopkins.
Yeah.
You want to argue against them, or you want to argue against me? Well, I don't think you're right. Well, this is my source right here. You can read it for yourself. Well, I'm not going to read it. All right, man.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of in and out, but yeah, it's just crazy, man. You really challenge them on real political issues, they resort back to the gynocracy talk. It's a small figment of feminism, but they will never tell you who really started it alongside with the women. It was certain white men on the top, but they'll never answer that. They'll never answer that. I've yet to see on both sides of the spear answer that, and what they're going to do to challenge that. Not a pin drop. Not a pin drop.
Nah, because I think.
Yeah, but guys, y'all have a. I'm sorry to interrupt. Y'all have a good night.
Hey, have a good one, bro.
All right.
Shalom.
Appreciate you, Wacky.
All right, no problem.
Shalom.
Yeah, a lot of guys don't want to acknowledge that politics is very important for Black men, because that's where we're going to get our power.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can get your money up, rappers putting money to their ear, but they ain't got no power though. Right? They got the power to spit a freestyle in wear certain type of clothing and date certain type of Instagram models, but beyond that, they don't have any influence. What happened when Lil Wayne went to jail? He had to wait for Trump to actually give him a pardon.
Exactly.
Right? And so if it wasn't for Trump, he'd be still sitting in there.
Yeah, he'd be doing some hard time. Like, he got away with his first year in prison with the crime. And even with all the stuff he's done, yeah, a lot of rappers get a slap on the wrist with those Republicans nowadays, but they ain't gonna talk about that. Yeah, a lot of stuff can be political, but you're correct.
Yeah, definitely, man. That's why I'm like, if you organize for something bigger, then you're going to be able to actually have more impact within the system itself. It doesn't matter if you're talking about taking over social spaces like a library or a playground or a basketball court or something like that. You have to understand how much money gets spent within your community on these sort of these social spaces. A playground, man, can cost $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
At least up north it does. A
Yeah.
basketball court can cost $5 million, $2.5 million for a basketball court. A football field can cost $5 to $10 million. Like that's money that should be better spent on different things within the community itself. But if you're not organized to fight for these type of things, then you're never going to be able to understand what the impact is going to be long term on that. Yeah, I drive by basketball courts all the time. I don't see kids out there on the basketball court. They on dirt bikes now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They out there dirt biking it and popping willies and
They
stuff.
dirt biking. Yeah, but it ain't what it used to be. I remember people's on the blacktop, probably back home, and a lot of people's inside doing stuff on tech. They streaming things like that. You know, people's not really doing much nowadays, but yeah, they're still walking the parks in the gym and things like that. But outside of that, not so much. It's mostly insulated.
No, you gotta be able to take over these social spaces. Libraries are very important because that's where
Yeah,
all
they
the-
are. I love libraries. Yeah, they're important. Those books.
Yeah. No, this not even just the books, the space itself. If you can take over
Yeah.
that space and you can control the information that comes in there, you can get Black authors put on the shelf. You can have Black authors come in and
Absolutely.
and do presentations and stuff like that. You're taking over that social space and you're protected by the system itself. They can't tell you no.
Of course
Right.
not.
So you're in this space, you got access to high-speed internet, computers, books, plenty of information, plenty of social space to gather around. Become the head librarian and other, you can do other sort of lectures in there and stuff like that. You can Africanize the space or black, make the space more Black culturally. There's a lot that you can do within these spaces, but if you start taking over these small areas of public spaces, then it makes a lot of sense. And so I think sometimes guys think that, you have to run for president or run for mayor or run for governor. No, there's little
You
things
don't
that
have
you can
to.
do. Little things that you can do that takes over. You can run for sheriff, you can run for head of the library and things like that. There's all other non-political areas that you can have influence in without actually hurting anybody and hurting yourself in the long run. It's actually going to be way more beneficial to do things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of stuff you said about the library. I used to go to the library every time I went to school and learn a lot. Like you control the space. I think Democracy Now! They had one news panel segment that someone was in the library to interview, and I saw that, like, that's cool. We should do that. And I mean, the master is small, but you can actually do things like that right there. I saw this recent library in somewhere in Kennesaw at the library, very structured. This is why I early voted for Ossoff and them and that December runoff, and it's very structured too. And they had those machines the way you voted, and it was cool, and everybody was in line and stuff. Yes, everybody had a mask on, even myself. And it's very structured, and they had internet and computers. I still got the library card too, and it's real cool. And then you can take advantage of the books that you can read and stuff, or buy a book from them. I remember they had that somewhere in Atlanta too.
Not just books, you can get documentaries from there,
Documentaries,
DVDs,
all that, DVDs, all
there's
that.
a lot that you can do DVD documentary screenings in there. It's just so many things, so many functions that come out of a library that guys don't really understand in this space. They think that a library is just a place where boring things happen. And
No.
There's a lot of stuff that up here. Our libraries are way more advanced than what goes on in the South that I've seen. I was in Atlanta a few years ago. I'm not saying anything bad about Atlanta. I'm just saying compared to like the libraries that we have up here, you can go to like the JFK library and some of those libraries out in New York. They're way more influential up there. Some of these libraries are 10, 12 stories high. And so they're not like a small little place where kids. No. There's a lot that goes on in there, man. And it's just one of those things. I think that
the libraries down here, it's not as stories foot tall, but it has a lot of stuff. You said got DVDs and everything, got computers, got internet. It's got all that. But in outside of Fulton, I would say Cobb County, like in Kennesaw, they got a lot of stuff. And I've seen some libraries in colleges too, a little bigger too. You know, they've upgraded and got a lot of stuff. I'm just saying, but where you from, it makes sense because y'all do a lot of research, you know, in the medical stuff and all the political stuff. I mean, we do too, like it up in Emory, of course, and Georgia Tech. You know, there's other places you can see libraries outside of Georgia. Now, Atlanta don't have that much libraries, probably somewhere in West Pace that I went to. And it's got DVDs for days and books that you can read and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of them are upgradable too. But that's the South, though, you know, but they're trying to get to a point where everything is kind of like stream savvy, you know, on panels when you talk to people in a public library and, you know, podcasting, like, you know, in those rooms. But you know what I'm saying? But that's what they're going to. But yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on, man. I'm about to get up.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Check out Teapot real quick. I see.
All right, go ahead.
They're having a debate over there. So
yeah.
All right, peace.
Peace. Yeah, man. It's been great. What's going on, UD? Yeah, we're just talking a little political talk. Yeah, this is Friday Special Madness. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm good now. My fault. Yeah, what's going on, UD? Yeah, we was just talking a little politics early in the stream, so things like that. But you know, if y'all want to come up, the link is in the chat. So you know what I'm saying, and we here, man. I know people's debating over there right now. So I know Kuda's talking and things like that, but let's see what's going on over here in the debating Teapot. They over there tripping. And yeah, let's see what's going on up here. Oh Lord, no, I'm good on that. And we just talked about that too. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Mr. Fittinelli. That boy's a fool. That boy's a fool. We was talking about liberalism, conservatism, socialism. People don't understand these space. They get them misconstrued. Probably don't do enough research. And it's very sad in this space. Like a lot of people that follow these dudes, they're not they're not really well read, or they're poorly researched. They don't bring all the facts to the table. You know, they just say stuff to be saying it. It's kind of sad, but true. And I didn't want to go over to Teapot and just look at that mess up on the panel. I said, nah, I'm good. I don't want to troll nobody in the chat. Because you know how sensitive they are. You know how it is. I'm good over here. Yes, facts. Yeah. But yeah. We had a little political dust of it. And then shouts out to Mike and Wacky coming through and with the panel. So yeah, it's 3 hours in, you know. Because I don't know if anyone, because this is Friday Special Madness 2. And yeah, man. It's an underrated one. Okay, what's going on?
Peace to you, brother, and your family, and then the ones in the chat, peace to y'all and your family.
All right, peace.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you like this though. You know what I mean? You a lot of people gonna say, man, you on something, but you talking facts though. You know?
Yeah.
I don't, you know, like, and then the ones who talking facts, they don't get promoted. I mean, they don't promote your channel, they don't promote you. I'm not saying that they have to, but I thought that when you be around people, it should be all about the truth.
Yeah. You try to be. And sometimes when you have this evergreen mindset, a lot of people gonna look at you as the bad guy. And I've noticed that in black spaces, in any space, they just gonna treat you different. And I learned to embrace that probably, I would say this is my second channel, like 9 years ago. And I understood from my first channel, it was very smaller than this. And once you come with this angle and that lifestyle, you just got to stick with it. But yeah, it's certain people that you mess with. in certain spaces. That's why I mess with DS1 and everybody else. It's more aligned with me a little bit and everybody else. I'm more diverse with it. And I just let people speak and have their mind. But Just DeAndre, what he did, I would say last night and I would say early this morning, he did a good job and they broke down their points and things like that. But Wacky Stream was concise. You know, it was a good topic about, you know, correction. And same with Sheep's Stream, he did yesterday with the correction as well. You know, he had a good stream. I shared that in the community tab, and he went in. He went in. Yeah.
Yeah, he should. Well, I've been knowing DS1 for a minute. You know what I mean? And if some people don't know, that's why they want brother, and he can say the same thing about me. And I said, like, for me, as you see, I pick and choose. I pick and choose where I go. I pick and choose where I share. But see, with difference of me, then I'm not, you know what I'm saying, I ain't gonna put you in it because you not this way, but you get what I'm saying. When I feel that I know it's the truth, and I know that the masses need to hear it, that's when I share it. That makes sense.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And shouts out to DS1 on sharing that 7-hour live stream that I did, and him and Wacky. And I appreciate those brothers. They're thorough. And I always share their stuff too, because I always return the favors. So,
yeah,
you know, and
so
Kuda too. Yeah.
Like certain people I see you roll with, they don't roll with me. But for me, I just keep on. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, you know, somebody's gonna watch it. It's gonna help them. End of the day, you know what it is. You know, I don't. You know, people like, you know, but you keep on doing what you gotta do. You gotta surround by people that tell the truth. You know.
Yeah.
You know, so
I try to be fair. I try to be fair on this side because I know who's gonna watch my stuff or not, and the ones that are, you know, they're getting some valuable information. I got a lot of views on that 7-hour live stream because we had like a great conversation. You know, the situation, what Wacky did with Big Truck. Yeah,
I wanted to watch it, but you know my circumstances. I couldn't.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
My mom wasn't there, but I did check it out, and I just want to come there and let you know you keep on doing that. That's what we gotta have, you know, conversations. You know, link up with other brothers and sisters that like mine, like yourself, and that's why I tell people, you know, don't go for the bag. You know, people want to go for the bag all the time. When I'm saying go for the bag, yo, don't go for the don't go for the popular bag all the time. You know, you got some people in the space, they do tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? That is willing to tell the truth. They want to share themselves and help others. You know what I mean? And you gotta be real careful. Yeah, I tell people, be real careful who you put on your panel too. I do. I do.
Same here. Yeah.
I'm very picky. No. Yeah, can I get on? No. Yo, can you give me a rent? No. Nah, man. I know you up here with the ladies on. You know, I had to tell them, man, what you doing? Yo, man. You think it's sweet over here? Nah, I ain't me grinding. Nah, it ain't sweet over here, nigga. I don't know who told you that. It's not sweet over here, dog. That's what I'm saying, man. And it was so funny. One of my godsons, he watched it.
Yeah.
He like, yo, what are you talking about, man? It's sweet, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but I'm just saying that us as black men, we have to learn to be there for each other. You know, stop being with other brothers that's popular. Stop being with brothers because they got their own agenda. They want to push their own agenda. And I just tell brothers this. It goes for other people too. But especially brothers. If that agenda is not reaching to the masses, that's not the one you follow.
Exactly.
If they not. They don't. I tell people don't. Yeah. Because when you push the truth, you're going to be part of the minority. As myself, I consider myself a minority. That's what I said. I'm the best kept secret on YouTube. Yes, I am. I know I am.
Yeah.
I know I am. Ain't nothing to brag about. I bring things to the table, but I don't let it get. But I don't think I'm more. I don't think, oh yeah, I'm this and that. I got the best title. Nah, man. I put it out there. You know what I'm saying? And just let it flourish like that, man. And the ones who roll with it, roll with it. The ones that don't, don't. Shit.
Yeah. That's why my content is evergreen. I'm glad I'm in that minority myself, and I ain't trying to be as big with 1 million subscribers. No need, because they deal with a lot of mess, and that ain't gonna be me. I know it. I've seen people get destroyed off this stuff. They come and go. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Then you got the ones, you know, as you know, throughout the years. Nothing to say bad about them. I appreciate, you know, y'all keep doing what you gotta do, but it has to be a time of involvement. It's time to learn to go the road with the times. Us
Right.
as a people, we at that with your man, we in the all-time low of every level, dude. Especially when we just talk about politics, man. Let's see how the politics go. You know, people can talk about Trump, you know, and I'm originally from New York, so I already know about Trump. You don't have to tell nothing
Yeah.
about it. You know,
Yeah.
so I don't want you to talk about him. You know what I'm saying? But you know, talk about Biden. Oh, Biden is good, but see, but y'all the same ones that Biden was bad. So make up your mind. If Biden, you know, Biden ain't no good either.
Yeah.
Just be correct, man. But you know, it's just for me. I just don't. You know, it's not. I just don't want to. I don't want to engage with that because I know things. I put it like this, yo. I know things, man. Trust me. I just know things, man. I know people. You know what I mean? I tell you things like that. Yeah, I know people. There's people that I know the truth too. And it's just that people, man, you gotta study, man. You know, you have to know what's going on, man. Like, you know, you know the way how things, this Me Too movement and all that, and it's a lot. It's a lot. You know, people talking about, you know, polite and everything. Yeah, you know what I'm just saying. What
Yeah.
really, you know, it's not a surprise.
Yeah. I'm not surprised by that either. I knew he was fraudulent years ago. Like
He
the way
been
he sounds.
fraudulent
Yeah, him and his teacher, York, the
in the
same
Wapians,
pattern. Yeah,
right?
the Wapians, yeah.
That's
Those
what I'm saying.
those
Yeah, go
feds
ahead.
wearing them feds wearing niggas, man. Like I've been on their heads for years. You know, I'm cool with some of them online and still cool with them to this day and on Google. But his boys, man, they just been inconsistent. Yes, they birthed NOI because that's what Elijah came from. They knew he came from Georgia and migrated to, you know, Detroit. Their whole foundation is very similar with the Islam thing. What they call it, I, self, law, and master. You know, that's what they believe in. But now, I think they was cool with certain Muslims over there. Farrakhan kind of did something over there years ago, try to learn what, you know, what Malcolm did, even though we know about that split. But that whole concept about being ADOS and FBA, that's what those new Wapians was saying. Those Moors was saying, get your nationalities in that card. And then the rednecks did the same thing. And then they still go to jail. You know, 9 out of 10, you're not going to win those cases. You know, those nationality cases. I told them years ago, that ain't going to work for me. You know,
No, you're
I'm
not gonna
sorry.
win
Yeah.
nationality
You have
cases.
to win. Yeah, you have to win.
You have to win, and you gotta understand. See, the thing that I try to explain to people when you talk about the United States, you got to break the policy. You gotta break policy. They make policies. When they make policies, that means they make money. That means they put things in order. You have to learn. If you're willing to break policy, it's gonna take years. Then when you could talk. When people talk about legislation, yeah, all right, whatever. I mean, yeah, you got to break policy.
Mm-hmm.
And break policy, that means blood. We see it in history. Blood. When you break policy, it's about blood. If you're willing to do that, and then scars and everything. I'm saying this, bro, because I've been talking about this for years. blood, scars,
bloodshed.
bloodshed. You gotta want to take a hit. You gotta will now. Okay, you know it's right. You gotta will to stand alone. People gonna be laughing. Oh, you a fool and everything. Look at you. It's blood, man. Bloodshed. Are you willing to go through that? Are you willing? Like you had people that they know. Are you willing to go through that? People don't want to mess with. Don't even want to deal with you no more because they feel you don't know what you're talking about. Sooner or later, they find out what happened, the real, but it be too late. Are you willing to go through that? Gotta understand that you know you're not going to be popular. The stands that you take for what's right, because you know why? Because I'm willing to talk. I'm willing to break policy. You know what I'm saying? And I say anybody can learn from him is Adam Clay Powell. Yo, I told people, yo, do your due diligence to learn about the late great Adam Clay Powell. Fairy Lou Hamer. He said, why Fairy Lou Hamer? He's all about breaking policy for our people. Now, she was not all about the women. When he talked to women, but she all about for our people. Breaking policy. You know what I'm saying? Set the tone. Sacrifice. Fairy Lou Hamer died in 77, y'all. She died, she was young. Because she stand up for our people. You got Adam Clay Powell. Look what they did here. Yo, I believe that he's the first congressman to pass, over 100 different legislations. Majority of this for our people. He was in every committee that you name her. He was powerful, but he was pushing that black nationalist. You know what I'm saying? For our people. And he was doing the legislation. And they stripped him. Then in Harlem, then in 68, he won the special election, but he didn't have no more seniority no more. You know what I'm saying? But he can't go back. Then he died of cancer in 72. And that's when they put his ashes in the water in the ocean, Bahamas. My point is they all about policy. They wanted to break this racist policy. And until we understand that, what's the use to me?
Yeah. That's what it's about. I try to be realistic I can, but in politics, I'm kind of like fairly neutral. I don't really care for neither two, but but it's been crazy when they try to do the mask mandate. What I heard from Sheep, I said, yeah, that ain't nothing new. It's about that money and that bread. So,
right. So, money and bread. So this is what I'm saying in the space. If you're all about the money and the bread, you're about the money and prestige, just say it.
Yeah.
Just say it. Just be fair. Just say it. Some people ain't gonna like, all right, at least I know you told you. I know at least what you stand. Just say it. But if you don't move me, man, if you ain't all about the black, man, you ain't all about the black to succeed, man. I don't care what level you on, man. You could be like low. You know what I'm saying? You pushing that knowledge and you trying to prove yourself, man. I'm listening to you. It's right here. It's all about, like I said, like collection plate. It's all about that collection plate.
Yeah. I try to push certain knowledge on this channel and try to be fair. And I think Just DeAndre told me, I said, I told this to CG3. That's what I'm trying to do. Because what I saw over at Kuda's, like his old streams, people just build, and I think last night from early this morning, it's just like, I was a lot of hours to talk. I had to look at that video and see what the points they was making, but Soul and Black, it just came through. Like that was from my after stream, and I can do those streams. Those streams ain't nothing, I can come up with topics like this. Like it's just a madness. We can talk about anything we want, but but the politics part with VA and Mike V, that's what they like to talk about, because I already know where that's going. That's like a never-ending conversation, but people already know what's coming down next year, and then the end of the 4 years. I already know it's going to be like a 3-party split in history. So people's got their own minds made up, but I got I have a good audience. I already know who's coming through, and
I I check you
Yeah.
on the comments, bro.
Yeah,
You doing
man.
you doing a great job, man, you know.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Like, I'm glad Just DeAndre came through. Like, man, he's been on the tear over here. I try to tell him to keep doing his channel. I'll come through. And that's a good brother. We met on Kuda's channel and we did that long live stream. We talked about different things, man. Like, what was important. He said, I'm worried about Mother Nature, not about this other stuff. I don't blame him. And he's in Japan. And I was like, we asked about it, and that's cool. But yeah, that
I
was a
think
great build. Yeah.
I think he's talking about my nation too. They talking about agriculture and stuff, the black farmers and stuff. I got stuff.
Yeah.
I talk about that years ago on my channel.
Yeah.
They said you gotta pull it up, underrated. I said when I learned to pull do preview, so I learned that I'm start pulling up stuff like that. I ain't know. Yeah, I've been talking about this. I've been talking about this for a long time, but it's nothing wrong to bring it up and talk it because see some of the issues is really talking right now. It needs to be talked about again because we losing time, bro.
Yeah.
Like nonsense, man.
Yeah, that nonsense about fresh and fit. And I said earlier in the stream about pseudo masculinity or pseudo manhood, and I'm glad. What's his name? Harrison Family and Values vlogs. He said it best about those guys. He said those fresh and fit dudes is not teaching manhood; it's pseudo manhood. I said, yep, and it's sad, man. And that's why I've seen this space has gone through that phase, but you know how it is.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, it's this, man. As you know, you hear me. I believe in God. So my thing is this, man, that I'm a black heterosexual black man. I'm in God's sight. My masculinity, I know, is from God. I mean, my masculinity is for me. You hear what I'm saying? And I'm not going against that. I'm proud to be a man. God made me be procreator, to do manly things, to be the head of the household, do whatever I can just to help serve the family. If you don't have a family, but I'm to serve your community, stand up for what's right. You hear what I'm saying? Masculinity has to be intact. It has to be intact. Like I said, my masculinity is not for sale. No, it's not. People don't want to hear that. That's on y'all. Y'all got to deal with it. For me, my masculinity is not for sale. I'm a man at the end of the day. Deal with me as a man, not a punk. I'm not somebody you could push over. I'm not a person you could just wheel and deal with. No, I'm a man at the end of the day. I am a human being. Matter of fact, I'm a human being first. And I know all through of my life, I am a black man. And I understand things was going on. So I'm saying like this, we are diverse too as black men too. Embrace that. But when I'm talking about this, we gotta move, y'all. We gotta move because listen, there's no ifs and buts about it. We are under attack. We are under attack, and some of these brothers in here thinking, "Oh, they don't attack me because I have this," or I'm not under attack because I'm around these people. No, you under attack. When I leave my house, I pray to God, hope I can get back. Yeah, I understand when law enforcement don't love me. They want me to go. I understand that, and they want our young man to go. I fight for them. And I understand that. But especially our own people wants to kill me. You know what I'm saying? And that is real. And that dude, no black man, because black women doing the same thing. They want me to go. So I have to understand that. I gotta protect myself. So when I come in that house, I take a deep breath. Because I live to see to put my key in the door. Now, if people don't think it ain't real, it is real. But I'm not afraid to go out. I gotta take care of my business.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. I gotta handle, I gotta leave. But I know what's out there is. I had to understand that. And so that's why that we gotta have those conversations too. But see, there's so many people here, oh, I ain't not gonna have me like that. How do you know that if you don't know the climate?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta know the climate. You gotta know the climate was out there. And we don't like talking about it because I got this and I got that. So what? And you're a black man, right?
Mm-hmm.
I told people, oh, you a black man, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I know I ain't told how you say you. I just tell people you're a black man,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You're a black man, right? So that means you a threat. So you the way I look at you, you don't need no data for that. You don't need to look it up like that. Okay? Stop with the BS, yo. I tell you, stop with the BS. Stop. Ain't certain things you don't need to break down. I'm a black man, right? You a black man. So what I'm saying is this: I gotta make sure you okay. You got a family. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Dog, I lost my second oldest brother, man. I lost a brother that advocate for me. You know what I'm saying? Advocate the things that I believe in. You know, my vision. You hear what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I lost 2 and 1. You hear what I'm saying? My niece. You know what I'm saying? Her father. You know what I'm saying? I'm a second father to her too. So that means, man, my vision is all type of new level. I mean, not new level, but all types another level. And that's what it's all about, man. I gotta make sure she's okay, and my other niece and nephews is. You hear what I'm saying? And then I gotta keep on fighting for our young black boys because they getting molested. They getting like violated and stuff. I gotta keep on pushing that they don't talk about. You know, talk about polite and stuff. Polite gonna be polite. He got money.
Right.
He got built out. What? I understand people breaking it down. I get it. You hear what I'm saying? That some people don't even know. I get it. Yeah, you need to expose that. But for me, I'm talking about for me personally, and I can say it's for you. What it is, though? I mean, okay. So, and it's not like I don't care. I do care, but that's how he been doing this for a long time. Look at Dr. York.
Yeah.
Do y'all see the pattern?
Yeah. Same. Also, nothing new under the sun. Yeah. They've been doing it. Yeah.
Right. But the number one grinder don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about.
You know exactly what you're talking about, but see, they don't listen to guys like us. I've been saying it for like years. Like dudes like that exist. Yes, they scam. Side note, they knew what was going on. He didn't speak up back then, 9 years ago. He didn't speak it about decades ago, even 3 or 4 years ago. People can't go back to that. But you're absolutely right. Go ahead.
Because they was getting bread together. Of course, they ain't gonna speak up. How do you know about that? I'm born and raised in New York. Come on now. You listen to me. Listen to my brother right here.
Mm-hmm.
They was getting bread together. So of course they're not gonna expose each other. Come on now. You don't think it's new?
Yeah.
It's not new, y'all. Man, listen to brothers like Sir Light. You know what I'm saying? He knows what he's talking about, man. It's life experience, man. That's what y'all fail to understand, man. If you deal with life experience and you deal with current events that surround by you, man, that's data right there, man.
Yeah, natural data. That's evergreen. Yeah. If you deal with people, yeah. I mean, it's okay to have stats, but if you have natural experience and you've seen this and you can't ignore it, you got to apply that. You got to share it. People appreciate you more. And a lot of people don't have that. You know what I'm saying? They get stuck on the net. I have my experience on the net too, but offline as well. I've went outside growing up. So I was born in the late 80s. I've seen how it was. It ain't fun. Yeah.
All right. I'm 55, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I know everything, but I say like this, bro. I know things, bro.
Yeah.
I know things. I
Yeah.
know things, bro, that
Yeah,
they
and you
talk
lived
about.
it too. See that brothers like you, see right there, you already passed. Well, you're in the eldest age, but I'm just saying what he said about
Right.
elders last night, which called just DeAndre said. Yeah, because we're transitioning into it because we're learning, and this is a space. I support certain elders in certain spaces, and I'm like, yeah, because wherever it happens to be, yes, we can keep the mantle. And that's what 1.0 was about at once upon a time. And even though, yeah, Angry Man and everybody else did their thing and spread the message around, now we gotta keep it up, because the younger people is coming after us. And then when I saw the A Gang crew, they're doing a great thing. And I mean, those 10 life values, that ain't nothing to play with. No,
They're
it's
doing,
gonna work. It's gonna work. Trust me. You just gotta apply it. It's a lifestyle.
yeah, yeah. And so, and let me put this out there too. There's people say, "Oh, I'm not, about the A game and the magazine." Brothers, we said we all about improving each other and help the next black man. And but I see that you're putting out. Oh yeah, they come from a very the feminists support them and stuff like that. Brothers, man, how weak is your mindset, y'all? I gotta question your masculinity. You let people punk you out that much to do your own investigation? Your brothers in here, and then you talk about, oh, they do this and that. Like, well, brother, all right, if y'all would to get your act together years ago, and then you and the black mass will come in, you know what I mean? We could do things together. You know what I'm saying? But this.
Oh, he cut out. Oh wow. Hold on. Yeah. 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 He kind of dropped off. Yeah, he like he was saying, man, like those values. Oh, let me add him up. Yeah,
I'm
you can,
sorry.
yeah, you good. You good. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, man. We don't embrace, man. We don't embrace new ideas. We don't embrace that something that can help us at the end. And I'm saying, and also, what I'm gonna do, bro, like, I'm gonna go look for some stuff and I'm gonna send it through your channel so you can check it out. But I talk about there's a series that I started, like I said, about 3 years ago, about the OGs and the elders, and
Mm-hmm.
I was breaking it down how some elders is not, there's some brothers don't respect the elders because they think it's about them, but it shouldn't be about them. And even the OGs too. I was breaking it down, and I was breaking down what people who see, and I was breaking down what I was going. For me, there are some elders in here. They feel they are above, or they feel they're above approach. But again, as an elder, you supposed to serve others. You supposed to serve others. It should not be about you. It should not be about some. And that's why some of them scholars in here I don't respect.
Mm.
Because you're not reaching to the masses. Y'all want to keep that collection plate all to yourselves. But you want us as other black men that, you need to do this and stuff. You don't like how that person speak, or that person you want to demonize a person, another brother's character. But you call yourself a certain name, or you want people to, you know put you as God. You ain't God. You're a black man. You're a black man. Maybe your spirit's different than mine, but at the end of the day, you're a black man. You are put on my clothes like you. You know what I'm saying? I did in this world like you. You ain't no different than me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of no woman. Because y'all human beings.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on this earth for purpose. My purpose is to serve. My purpose to get myself together, keep on improving myself, is to serve.
Right.
Don't care what people think about me. That's what I talk about my channel, about disability. I do talk about we need to care for the old and the elders, that the ones that that are putting the knowledge out there. We need to take care of them. But they don't want to talk about that because it's foreign to y'all. Get out of here with that. That's what I do, what I gotta do, and that's what I appreciate you. You do what you gotta do. I would like to do so with you one day because lately you're a busy man. You. I see you up there. So, man, I can't even get up there.
Yeah, I move around and have different topics in mind, but like, yeah, we can do something, like we can have like a discussion, like, I get certain brothers up here. Rashawn's like a regular up here. Or
Right.
Just DeAndre, you can come through. But Soul Black, he's like a once in a lifetime. He's doing things on Rumble and he's doing his real estate. Shouts out to him again. And
Yeah,
Wacky.
shout out
They
to the
come
brother,
ar-
man.
yeah, they always come around here like every periodically if they're doing things, and they be on other panels. But I do my own thing. That's why I have different people, because my subscribers is like diverse. Even though, yes, it's mostly they're black too, and the rest you come from other areas too, but it doesn't matter. But the message is pure. My subscribers, how I built from 2019 to now, and I've been a very small channel before. I don't already know what that's like. That's simple. Like I already know the principles of the things, but but as long as you're genuine and keep it evergreen, that's what matters. That's what matters. Instead
Yeah,
of stagnation content. Yeah.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I do Chop Up too series. Maybe you never heard of it, but I do Chop Up series. What that means, like, I
Hmm.
ask you questions, about yourself. It's not an interview. Then if you want to ask me questions, you ask me questions about myself, and then after that, whatever it is, maybe an hour or so, I ask people, do you want to take questions like that? You know what I mean? I would like to
Yeah.
have you one day, man, because I think I feel that people should get to know you. You know what I'm saying? If you down with it and everything, trust me, don't worry about it. You'll be all right. You're gonna be a star.
Right.
Don't worry.
Right. Yeah.
I pick certain people that I do. I got people came to me, say, "Yo, when you gonna do me?" Yeah, man. But I said I'm dealing with this now. It gonna take me a while. I gotta deal with this, man.
Yeah.
I gotta deal with this. So, but I would like to have you one day. We schedule it and stuff. You let your people know, and then I let my people know, and then we
Okay.
could do a chop up, man. You know what I'm saying? And we gonna send me something that I put in a thumbnail, and people know about you, because I feel like I feel like you bring a lot to the table, man. You know what I mean? And I appreciate you that you even take the time and knowledge me. That as an
Yeah,
individual.
like my channel is for the brothers that talk about a little history and things like that. What I've seen in the space, and I'll do like a small interview with someone. I can do that. And since I've gotten equipment up, thanks to Kuda, like I said, I've been wanting to do this for like years. Just actually
Yeah,
have these discussions like that. Talk about real things and what to need to do. Just give ideas what I'm observing outside out of my home every now and then, you know what I'm saying? Because I know the people's worrying about the pandemic too much, but I try to get away from that. That's just a form of worrying. People worry about that too much. I mean, you just gotta move different. That's all. And yeah, man.
yeah, you gotta move differently. Yeah, you gotta move differently, man. Like engage, man. I tell people that sometimes you gotta the diverse is nothing wrong with that. As long as
Yeah.
it deals with the truth, there's nothing wrong to deal with diversity is the truth. We gotta engage in that, man. You gotta engage. And I'm saying, like I have my niece. You tell me, say, why you don't talk about this? I said, you gotta understand, people it's not willing to be diverse. So but it ain't gonna stop me. I'm gonna push it. Because I know it's gonna help our people, and especially it's gonna help humanity. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So I'm gonna push it regardless. There's nothing gonna stop me. What's going on Teapot channel?
I think they're I think they're debating with someone. I think Nick is up there. I guess they're talking, but it's pretty cool, man. Like, that's just I think they're doing something over there, you know. And let me see. I think it's about Biden talking about the 10 plans he's gonna change. They talk about that. You know, they was talking about that over meals about the Afghanistan thing. I decided not to go, you know, because I already know this is a circular argument because they was over at Ramil's this morning talking about it. You know how it is.
I
It's kind
already
of funny
know.
though. Yeah, it's kind of funny, and you know, I just like, and we discussed it earlier in the stream with Mike and Wack. I said, "There's no need. It's no
And
need."
I,
Like,
I ain't talking about that shit.
yeah,
I
me
know I
neither.
buy it. I already know. Cause let me put. I ain't gonna say put you on. Let me tell you, put people on. Eh, See. That's what I'm saying, man. You need to listen to number one grind. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to say that I'm a fortune teller. You know what I mean? I'm not that. You know what I'm saying? I'm still learning like everybody else. I'm gonna give you a little story about Biden, right? If you
Mhm.
have time.
Yeah, I have time. I have plenty. Go ahead.
Okay, let me tell y'all something about Biden. Okay,
Hmm.
Biden came from a family that considered like working class in Strawham, Pennsylvania. They along the way he moved to Delaware. But along the way, his protege was Strom Thurmond. They said, "Who's Strom Thurmond?" You know Strom Thurmond, bro. So you know I tell you, you know Strom Thurmond was a dissy Democrat. Strom Thurmond was one of the those dissy Democrats. They said, "What's this Democrat?" Those in the South. That's what they um you know, they hate black people, but you know.
Right, right. Hmm.
Exactly. So I just want to get people to Strong Thurman, you know, they was pushing the KKK policy in the South. And also it was invested throughout the United States. But that's another story. That's another conversation. Okay. Well, anyway, he learned from him. Then he learned from Lyndon Johnson. Okay, but his protege was Strong Thurman. Okay, so this is the same person we talking about Biden. This is the same person that actually knew the Nicaraguan government was pushing drugs in our community back in the mid 80s. Okay,
Hmm.
that Oliver North was part of CIA was down with it. Okay, you know who was part of that committee? Good old Joe Biden. Anything come out of it? No. Because y'all want people talking about the 1992 bill. No, I'm giving your history. He had never been for black people. Everything that things that he learned from Strong Thurman. Strong Thurman, look it up. He's been in the Senate, I believe, for like 60 something years. So think about policy, y'all, that you hear for the Saul Abadai channel, my brother here. Policy. He kept that policy going, and along the way, he had he had he had he developed associations. So you think about it, you think of look at Obama, and then you look at Biden. Oh, when he became president, when Obama became president, then um he got Biden as vice president. You gotta understand there is a underneath KKK policy that still oppress us. And I'm talking about legislation now that Obama refused to go against. Now we speed it up right there. Then you got Kamala Harris,
Hmm.
another one that's part of this. But that people don't want to talk about because she is a woman. But she had moved up because she was with this guy named Willie Green, with Willie Brown, a legend in the Democratic Party, especially in California. Did things for him. I ain't gonna get if y'all know what I mean.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna get into that. She never respected us as a people, especially black men, and anything that deals with the nucleus of our African family in this country. Policy, people, policy, underneath racist policy. Why do you think that they try to get the black vote as Democrat? They got there to put that rapper, the one who was drugging men and robbing them. They supposed to be the sports person for our community. Then you got Maxine Waters talking about disrespect us as a people. But who the one gave her the name Auntie Maxine Waters? The black man did. We did. And all this is turning against us. Policy, people, policy. The black and Hispanic, they fail to understand. They don't want to break policy because they're getting feed up. They getting paid well. They eating chicken dinners. That's what you think. So Biden is a second-class, moderate, dissy Democrat. He not progressive. He not liberal. If you don't believe me, check it out for yourself.
He's
Connect
conservative.
the dots.
He's
Huh?
conservative. He's conservative. That's why. And liberals don't like him because he's not, they want him to do more, and then conservatives want him gone. Well, hey, you got those conservatives went against Trump. It's a lesser evil argument. You're right. No one grinder, man. He has those ways. People forget about the crime bill and stuff like that. But you got
Right.
these
We ain't talking about the crime bill.
Yeah.
That's another level. But go back, like I told people, go back in the mid '80s during the crack era.
All that. Yeah.
This government had paid them to put drugs in our community. Why do you think the crack epidemic was on an all-time high in the mid '80s, yo? Do your homework, yo.
Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about. I'm born and raised in New York. I see many of my peeps got caught up in the game. Cops had his. Let me tell you, it got so bad. It was cops. It was some FBI agents. It was deep, bro.
Yeah.
Everybody was getting paid. Both parties. And Reagan was getting his cut. It was actually people was talking about it, and a few years later they would end up showing up talking about they commit suicide and stuff and getting killed, getting assassinated. Yeah, with that, man. But the number one grinder know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Yeah. But no, you lived it. You seen the crack era, and I think you and the general, they said the same thing. And yeah, these politicians, they ain't slick. They try to act like, oh, they brand new. No, they was involved in that shit. We already know what the CIA did, but if I say something, it's a problem. You know what I mean? Because once you tell the truth, we're telling the truth. I did the research, but see, I had people in that generation too. One of my family members understand that era. Even my father knew. He's in his late 60s. He tell you it destroyed black people all over the. Yeah, if you was involved in that street shit.
Yeah, and then we don't talk about the complexion complex.
Yeah,
when you dark skin, you are an enemy. When you light skin, they pass you through. But that's always what's going on. But it was very prevalent back in the 80s.
Oh yeah.
You know how many women they wanted to? Oh, I can't date you because you dark skin, you ugly. What? Yeah, I've been through that too.
Mm-hmm.
Brothers and sisters, even sisters was like dark skin, they wasn't getting no love. And that's when you got some pressure. Maybe you need to date some white guys. I mean, it was happening even before then, but it was prevalent back then. That's part that you see you see what it is right now. because
Mhm.
we let society tell us that our skin is no good, or what we come from. Oh, it's not prevalent. Come on, man. I know things, man. Grind know things. I'm not trying to be a philosopher. Oh, look at you trying to prove something. I ain't trying to prove something. I lived it. I know things, man. But y'all, look up that nigga Rod Gunman, y'all. And then
Mhm.
you like Sir Obadiah is saying, man, and like your father saying, he absolutely right. Yo, look it up, man. Connect the dots. Then you will know what's going on, though.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. And understand this though too. That's not long ago.
No, that's like
It's
30
not.
some plus. That's like 30
Right.
some plus years ago. Yeah.
Right. That's nothing. So I'm 55, right? I
Mhm.
let you know, I'm 55. So I'm talking about that time I was a teenager.
Mhm.
Okay? I did when I was high school, I did book reports that teacher had to call my late parents about. Okay? So always father said, well, that's what's going on, right?
Mhm.
At that time I was your witness. I still practice, I'm still with it. You know what I mean? But whatever. That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
If that's what happened, right? Yeah, but you said freedom of speech, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what you said, right? Well, that's what's going on, right? I'm supporting my son. As you say, he could write another paper write a book report about somebody. So what you write? I'm gonna write about Fannie Lou Hamer. All right, we can't write about Fannie Lou Hamer. Why I don't want to fight Fannie Lou Hamer? Oh, I know why. Because she stick with the black men, right? She stick with the people. That's what it is, right?
Mhm.
They didn't like that. They ain't like to be challenged because we gotta think about this educational system too. I know I'm going back and forth. Y'all have to understand one thing, that the white woman always been pushing this for decades.
Yeah.
But your majority of black women fail to understand that. Yeah, they give y'all ups and everything, but they always been like that. They always was against the black family. Only just look at it in history. But you don't want, but you picking on women. I'm not picking on women. It's not just white women. You gotta do your history, yo. You gotta do your history. A lot of stuff that came out of the civil rights movement. You think about it. Let's be honest here. We have not got no benefits off that.
Right.
Other movement have that don't supposed to. That's why I be talking about certain things, man. And we cannot forget about the ones that pushing it, like the Fannie Lou Hamers and them.
Yeah.
I can't. But y'all don't want to talk about that. No one gripe. You know what? No one gripe don't know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Y'all know.
Yeah. They ain't gonna push that.
Of course they don't want to push it.
They distracted by the vagina mostly and other things. But but
Yeah.
yeah, that's usually
Mhm.
where it is. And it's a shame. It's a shame. And that's why they worry about the flimsy flim flams teaching pseudo masculinity, and they ain't got no fathers in the homes. And it's kind of funny though, and they going after people's country, and they was from Canada. I didn't know they was Canadians. To me, Just DeAndre said, yeah, I don't care for that, but insulting Haiti like that, it's bad enough they had 2 earthquakes, I mean, back to back, and
Right.
people died, and of course they had assassinated president, over it's a little politics and money behind that. You already know the situation right there. But shouts out to Wacky and a few other Haitians and other parts of the black space that they tell you it's always had corruption.
Yeah.
It's just design, and everybody, and even my father said everybody done took everything from Haiti. I said, yep, even the France. The France ain't even fooling with it. If you notice, it's us,
Yeah.
your good old United States did that. Yep. And they don't want to talk about
Yeah.
that. No, they don't
But
want to
I
talk
would
about that.
say, yeah, but
Go
I would
ahead.
say this. to our brothers in Caribbean, you cannot pick and choose to be with us in this country or not. You have to understand, in this country, we had deal with travesty. We had deal of robbery in this world that still to this day do not want to talk about. We got every nationality had enslaved us at one point, and they got reparations. When we going to talk about that? And I feel that we need to talk about it. We need to step on their necks. Let you know we see you. You want to go. You want to be part of us. You want to lease off us. Then after that, then after you don't want to have no parts of it. We got to have that discussion
before we get reparations. Yeah.
We got to talk about that. And also, I'm saying, like, other issues in our community, are y'all gonna, because y'all been very silent for a very long time, and I'm tired of it. You cannot say that you African because you want to. No. No. Because the people that came before us in this country, they pay a hefty price. So when y'all come in this country, you are their backs. And you still disrespect them like that? But I was supposed to say nothing? I'm going to say it. Even us in this country. Yo, that's ancient time. Ain't ancient times. The native Indians had enslaved us. Dr. Claude Anderson talk about the 1865 treaty and other treaties, I believe, like 20, 30 years before that. Do your homework, man. In New York, they was enslaving us back then. On the low. Oh, New York was free. You could walk around. Okay. Wherever you say, certain parts, yeah. Right. But they enslaved us.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody want to talk about that. Germany was killing us back in the late 1800s. Germany. Sweet underneath the rug. The Arabs still enslave us to this day. Sweet underneath the rug.
And people forgot about the East Indians in certain parts.
Yeah, enslave us. Sweet underneath the rug.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going to deal with certain things, we need to deal with certain things that mean you talking about. You need to deal with things like this because it's happening right now. And you know why they keep on pushing it? Because good old USA had gave them reparations to keep on enslaving Africans in this country. I mean, in the past, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, that reparation talk, that's they coming around it, but they don't want that conversation. That goes for white and some of our Caribbean brothers and Canadian brothers. They don't want to hear that. I said, well, and it's a lot of controversy in the slavery, like when we came over here and they had that history too. I forget, someone said something about Derby's. Yeah, and I said, man, it's not a can of worms, is how you explain it. You know, we was involved in it, but the white man broadcast like it ain't nothing. You know, it's just I have to give him respect what he did in slavery, how he financed it and had power. He wanted that, and the other cultures okayed it, and we okayed it, and we didn't do nothing about it. So, yeah, it's a lot of atrocities. It's been. You got historical cultures did the same thing, but the white man and his slavery, no paycheck. That child slavery wasn't no joke. And they still practice in certain areas too. Yeah. In the prison system. Yeah.
You're right, exactly. Because it's all about finance, and that's the point we talk. And then let's go one day deeper. The Arabs enslave us
Yeah.
globally,
Globally. Still getting paid.
still getting paid. We don't want to talk about this. Oh, but number one, Granny, you don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But how did I know? I studied. I've been through it. I see all these Arab stories used to pop in our community for years. Like, damn. I mean, some of it was nice and everything, but I had to look at it like, damn, you know. I mean, black man, they lazy. They don't want to do no. That's not true. We've been fighting, trying to get stores like that, but it wasn't like we couldn't get because, like, again, policy.
Mm-hmm.
Policy. That's why I understand why some people want to be political. Why you want to join that? You're not willing to break policy. Nah, I mean, you know what you're talking about, man. You know what I mean? What you should run office? Nah, I ain't run office. Man. That's not me. That's not me, man. I ain't run for office. My vision is bigger than that. You know what I'm saying? Because I have to understand this some government. This stuff right here is all about run by the devil. That's the way I look at it. It ain't nothing to me. So
yeah,
I can't be around that. No, that's not me. You know, because it's not serving the masses. It's not. They can say all they want to. You know what I mean? Yeah, our people got, you know, squeak out. Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm not disrespecting, but I'm just saying anybody that looks like us that stand up against the beast, they end up getting assassinated. This is what we do to you when you go against us. But at the same time, we got to respect their well-being. We got to respect that because they wasn't afraid. And I'm just saying that we do have examples in the past, and everything. We do have examples in the past. And we don't want to talk about because it's ancient and or you know it don't mean it means a lot to me. It should be a lot to others and stuff. You know, we pay attention too much of the moment.
exactly.
Moment don't mean nothing. I don't care about the moment. The moment he can do. Sure, I mess with a woman and you know she's like, I want to do something. That's a moment for me. 3-4 minutes. That's it. That's it for me because it's a moment. It's a moment for me. Pussy goes, oh yeah. That's it. As you say, you want the moment, right? I gave you the moment. You know what I mean? And I mean, this is me and you hang out. You want the moment? Give you the moment. All right, go ahead. Have a good night. That's the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but that certain black woman or certain black man means something to you, and then there's like a certain in touch ideas about both of y'all. You talk about different things. That's a beautiful thing. I never say that I never experienced that in the past. I have. You know what I mean? I give you case in point, right? It was just, when I first moved to Virginia, right, from New York,
right.
And I was living with my older brother at the time. Shout out to my older brother Mark. And so when I first moved, where you from, brother? You want to ask?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm originally from Tennessee, but I moved to Georgia like in 2007. That's the year ago. I'm originally from the South.
Isaac Hayes, baby, all right?
Yeah. I'm from the middle part though. So I'm familiar with Isaac Hayes. Yeah.
Yeah, Isaac Hayes, man. Yeah, that's icon right there. And so, and you know, my late father's from Georgia too. He's from Crawford.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he's from Crawford. Yeah. I'll tell you more about that. But why was I lost my thought. That's all right. But
you said Virginia. You said you moved to Virginia.
Oh yeah. So what happened was I was mentioning Virginia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Her name is Pamela, but she moved on. She moved to Delaware. So, and she said, "Why are you so mean and stuff like that?" What do you mean? I said, "Yo, I was going through a time because when I was with the ex New York, I was there through a lot, and you know how women they say, you know, You need to get the edge off. I don't need to do motherfucking thing. I was on the edge. I don't want to be Rodney. This is gonna be my motherfucking moment, and that's it. And that was that time I moved to Newport News. Now, if people know about New York and stuff like that, the 5 boroughs, Brooklyn and Queens run like together. Like you could take certain streets, you could run right straight into Queens. That's how Hampton and Newport News is.
Okay.
So that's how I had to explain that the dynamic. So anyway, when I moved to Newport News, I did not know she had her own house, but she was further up from me in Newport News. So like, nah, Pamela, you know. So I seen her. My brother, he called me, said, "Hey man, you know, I see Pamela." Cause she had family in Hampton when my brother used to live at when he was married, but he married right now. But anyway, he was at that time, it was not that far, you know. That. So he said, "Yeah, man, you know, I gave him your number. Yeah, she won't come see it, man. I ain't trying to see that trick, man. She popping too much in for me." She said, I said, "Yo, bro," she was crying. Wait a minute, she came to the house, she was crying. Why you crying? Why your brother treat me like that? Somebody said, "You gotta understand, young." Yo, the bag got thrown out, doing the right thing, stand up for himself. You know what I mean? This is gonna take him time. He don't want to be around you. He don't want to be around you. And I didn't, bro. And it's that I wasn't hating black women, but I had to get myself together. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And she was doing certain things, was like revealing what the ex used to treat me. And I'm like, nah, I ain't with you. Get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me not that bullshit to me. I was on her neck. And so what happened was when I talked to my late mother, what's going on and what was going on with me. And so, you know, she sees God's vengeance. And I cried and I got over it. You know what I mean? So now we're going to talk about, now I'm talking about, y'all, this 2012. So now we're talking about, again, my brother called me and said, she want to see you, you know. I said, you know, she lived in Puerto Rico. Yeah, I know she lived in Puerto Rico. She said, she see you, but you ain't want to say nothing. I did want to say nothing. Because that day I wasn't feeling good. So I ain't want to be about nobody. You know what I mean? I was waiting for the cab and everything. And I said, she didn't make herself noticeable, want to talk to me, so fuck it. You know what I mean? I'm going to get home and, you know, get myself together. I wasn't feeling good. I had a bad headache. You know what I mean? So what happened was she knocked on the door one day. Bah, bah, bah. So I was with my peeps, you know. I was talking to one of my goddaughters in New York. I said, "Yo, let me holler at you. Like she said, "Yeah, I just want to let you know, I love you. I'm gonna be in town." I said, "All right, just let me know." I said, "I love you too." So I hang up the phone. So I said, "Oh yeah, I'm at the door." I said, "Oh, come in." And at the time, I only had a bedroom set. So I said, "You go on the bedroom set? Oh, yeah, nice, anything like that." So now we talk about the moment. I heard about this moment thing you told me. You want to do this moment thing? She said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Yeah, well, the cut the chop, Pamela. You want to do the moment thing? Do the moment thing. Look good and everything, and you know what I mean." She said, "All right, let's do the moment thing then." I said, "All right." She said, "Don't worry about order some food and everything." We did the moment thing. So we did the moment. The moment lasts for like 45 minutes. Okay, you know, you can leave. What do you mean? Moment. Remember you said the moment? But I want to do something. No, you said moment. And my point that I'm trying to make people that you got quite a few people, they say they want to do certain things. They want to be in that moment. And the moment ain't getting us nowhere. Just as they getting us nowhere. Now, when I was with Pamela a few times, yes. And when I got to know her, she became a good person and we could straighten things out. You know what I'm saying? But the moment, nah, that's not getting us nowhere. So when you hear Sir is talking and everything, he's not talking about the moment. He's talking about the future. He's talking about the past. Listen what the brother's saying. Listen what the content, what he talking about. Listen of the life experience, what he talking about. Because life experience is a gem. Nobody cannot take it away from you. Life experience also deals with current events. You lived it. Nobody cannot take that away from you. That's golden. That's expression. That's educational. And I find that there's quite a few people in this space don't have it. And it's disappointing. So that's why you go to the store, you want to get certain things. You know you don't need that, but you just want to get it because you just want to get that because you want to be in the moment. Instead of like, nah, I'm not getting it because I don't want it. Because there's thought. I don't want it. And I'm cool with that because I made a decision. And I'll throw it back at you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah. And that's what I try to be on this content, man. Like I try to keep it evergreen and try to be honest in what I've seen and things like that. And then that's why I have certain brothers that we can relate and we can just talk. You know, that's what the platform I'm using it for. You know, just have my own voice and then let others speak and then have it structured. And I like that from Just DeAndre, man. Like, yeah, you need it because there's a lot of fragmented places. Like I said, like structured panels are my personal favorite, but shouts out to Gold P, Wacky, and BGS. Those BGS, those guys, that's like I said, is more structured. I've seen everybody else likes chaos. They like the moment. They like the excitement. I get it. You know, that's just the thing.
Yeah, so that's important, bro. You know, never, I don't see people, never underestimate life experience. Never. Because
facts.
Those life experience could help you and they can help other people. And also you can develop current events, what happened right now. Everything what I'm telling you right now, I'm giving you part of my life that I don't know. If it's up to me, I mean not up to me, but I'm saying I ain't have to, but I have to do it because you know I had that spirit in me right now. And then there are things I know you'll see is not right. And I get it, you know, it has to be a certain direction that it has to be go on. Because if you want to do what's right, just understand this, you got to make sacrifices to hear the truth. You got to put yourself out there to hear the truth. If you're not willing to put yourself out to hear the truth, then it'll make no sense. It'll make no sense to complain then. Don't make no sense because it's like the old people say, you number high wash. That means you talk about nothing. You regurgitate the same conversation all the time. It's not getting us nowhere. Personal feelings get into that. People want to hear what they want to hear for themselves. I'm not with that. Don't care what you think about it. That's not me. I got involved. I have to involve. Gotta move with the times. You can mix with the old times with it. Yes, you can. People say, no, you can't. Yes, you can. But you gotta adopt with the times. And that's what I'm telling you, that's what our space you see in here, brother, as you see. And that's why when you and certain brothers of your age don't respect the elders and the OGs, I understand why. Because they don't want to adopt with the times.
Right.
Adopt with them, adopt with the times.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Adopt with the times, mix with the old, and then hopefully we can get somewhere. But if you're going to keep on having this mindset, it's all about me, ego, and stuff like that, that's not getting you nowhere. It's not. It's hurting us. You know? And that's what it's all about. It's all about, man. It's all about sacrificing your mindset. Sacrifice your mindset for the better. That's what I'm all about.
Yeah. And that's the same here. And it's been a pleasure, man. Like, yeah. You have to have that independent thinking. I think I did a stream on that and I said that's mostly important, man. You need it. You know, you need an open mind to help others, and just like you said, you know, like when you mentioned about the elders, man, we got to do it, man. That's just, you know, I try to push it as much as I can, you know, and I'm trying to help the younger brothers. Like, look, you can do this and have your voice, have your viewpoints, and that's it. And I used to read books. I still got certain books that I still got with me, you know, because I ain't above reproach myself. You know what I'm saying? But that's normal. But that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And I just want people to understand that it's okay to have different voices, but hear us out, and then I'll hear you out. Yeah. And that's the whole thing. And to me, my channel is more diverse than you think. You know, I talk about different things all day, but sometimes I'm willing to go with certain conversations as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to go there, I'll go there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all good. But yeah, I just try to help the young brothers in these spaces don't get caught up into it. It's just a phase. You're just going to have to learn to adapt to different things and experience, and then how you communicate with people and how to deal with people. And sometimes that stream was needed because it was a good conversation what Wacky was saying about correction. That's what's missing. And it's a combination of what DS wants to say about those 10 life values with Dr. Holman and stuff like that. You got to have self-discipline and the spiritual and the wealth. That's just going in. It just makes a big difference, you know, when you have all that together. Correction is key, and it's needed.
And then all about, and go more on that, you gotta have self-correction within yourself too. You have to you gotta put in the work to better yourself. So self-correction is for yourself. So how are you gonna correct a person but you're not correct within yourself? And them self-values is very essential and stuff at the take. And then let me say this though too. People say, what's up with the A game? And they wonder, well, I'm not part of the A. Okay, you're not a part of the A game family, but you could be a team player.
Facts.
Stop want to be a chief all the time. You don't have to be in charge of everything, people. Get off that. Be a team player. Learn from no one grinder. Be a team. I am a team player of the A game family because I believe in the system. I believe what they talk about. I believe what they talking about, and it's helping us as a people, especially us as Black men. If we say we all about families, doggone it, be about family. If you're all about believing the brotherhood of the Black man, be about it. Because in this space, they want to pick and choose who they want to be with. The A game is not about that. I'm not saying that because some brothers that embrace me. No, I'm not saying that at all. But I would say this, that they took the time. They come to my channel. I got Father's time. He come to my channel. And check me out. On the radio, you doing a good job, brother. You keep on. Don't give up.
Yeah.
I like what you're talking about. And coming from him, that means a lot to me. DS1, you know, I had Evo Sosa. Evo Sosa been on my platform, been on the panel a few times. So I had people, but it's not about me. I'm saying, like, I just want to do the work. I believe, like, when people put out the truth, respect their work. Respect it. Acknowledge it. It's not about you, man. It's not about you. Stop.
Facts.
So you from Georgia. What part of Georgia? I mean, I ain't gonna ask you what part of Georgia, because it ain't none of my business and everything.
Well, I used to live in the city of Atlanta, but it's I would say I'm in Cobb County, so that's like up north from where other parts of Georgia is, but you know, I'm in a different county. But I know some Mansfield dudes is from Georgia. I mean, Kane to God, he's there, even though he's from New York. Smooth, we here. You know, there's a couple of people. You know, I talk to him on this channel too. Yeah.
I tell you like that. Yeah, but my late father that comes from a very big family, but he originally from Crawford.
Okay.
They say, what's Crawford? Yeah, Crawford is right next to, I believe, to Commerce. Commerce, Georgia is like beginning part of Georgia.
Yeah.
Ralph 85. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I have a big family on my father's side too. They come from up north, from Delaware, Virginia, and I got some cousins in Brooklyn, in New
okay.
York. Yeah, and then he had like a cousins, uncles from Jamaica, Queens. Didn't know that. My father was telling me about the history of our people up in that region, and then I got some cousins in Philly, but I also got cousins in Portland too. You know, yeah. So we're kind of spread out, but you know what I mean, heritage wise. But outside of that, you know, I'm still relatives of here, this country. You know, but I know our peoples go further back than that. So you know, yeah, yeah. I always had a big family tree on my father's side. My mom's not so much. It's kind of small because you know that's where it gets tricky. Even though she's still black and everything, so you know I acknowledge that I am that, especially in this country. You know, because I know we talked about earlier in the stream that racism. We try to tell village artists, yes, it exists during class. That's how they use it. We're trying to explain to brother like that will always exist.
Yeah. And I think that that's the thing we got to get past, but we don't want to. I'm
Mm-hmm.
telling you, I'm telling people like, you know, and our brothers understand this and sisters. Me and the brother here, we're not saying that, you know, nothing wrong to if you go, you know, for finance to feed the families. We're not saying nothing wrong with that. You should get blessed for that. You know what I'm saying? You put in the work there. But I would say I think I'm gonna do a live about the six figure curse.
Yeah.
And so people say, "What about this?" This been on my mind. I think and this been on my mind for a while now. To tell the truth, off and on, like for 3 years, but I never really like get into to really talk about the six digit curse. And when I'm talking about this, it seems like when we go for the 6 digits and we making this money and everything, there our values has been we let other people replace our value, and then we become a financial slave for others, and they make money off us, and they just give us a little here and a little there, but they had this 6 figures right there, and we figured that we made it and everything. And I'm not saying you provide for your family, great, but it has to be a certain value. It has to be a certain notion that yeah, you doing the right thing, but you have to understand you got the opportunity from God, and what you gotta do, you gotta learn to help others. And I think that brothers and sisters get caught up in everything, and their priorities has been, you know, been tricked.
Yeah.
And so they become the slave for themselves. They could become a slave too, modern slavery. So you go to these club meetings, you go to these parties and stuff, but all this is doing, they're just a smoke screen to let you know, nah, you don't need to help your people, but you helping others that don't supposed to be helped. And then after they finish with you, they throw you away. I did talk about the 50-year plan with Brother Shango.
Mm-hmm.
I talked about the 50-year plan on his channel. I said that was about maybe a few months ago. Maybe I would bring to that with the six figure. Maybe I'd do that and everything. But that's a curse, man. That's been heard. I'm not saying that it happened to all of us, but we there is a you know there is a history when brothers and sisters make them 6 figures, their mindset is not there what it should be. Now, I'm not counting your pockets. I'm not counting what you have. All I'm just saying is that even you hear it in the space, yeah, I made 6 figures. What about you? Okay, moderate slave. That's what I call them. You let the system take advantage of your mind and take advantage of your value. You're moderate. You a slave. And whatever corporation you make, you hear them say, those are your slave masters,
Right.
no matter they man or woman. So I call it modern. This is the modern slavery that we don't want to talk about. The mindset. You hear what I'm saying? That they take over your spirituality, everything social and cultural they have stripped away from you. You fail to understand. So that's why they put the viewpoints out there. You don't need them. Okay? You don't need to be this or hey, look, they lazy. Look at you. That's what they've been doing this for years, to poison your mind and let you know you just nothing but a goddamn dollar to them. Only one good thing about it, you could leave to go home and go to your house and stuff like that. But the mindset and in the system, it's not changing. All about breaking policy. That's what I'm talking about. And some of these brothers and sisters in this space, and even outside the space, they have this modern slavery mindset. And we got to talk about that. But they feel, I ain't had no modern mindset. What is you talking? Look what you have at time, like that you were saying, brother. You may have made an excellent point. Class.
Mm-hmm.
And when we deal with class, we have to talk to these brothers and sisters. Is that that 6 figure curse, man. Modern slavery. I'm not saying it happened to all our brothers and sisters. No. But if you see what I'm talking about, it happened to the majority of us. And we do have to talk about it.
Right. It's very important. Yeah, I'm about to shut this down.
Yeah, so yeah, you gonna shut it down, bro.
Yeah. I done got enough hours, so it's right around my time. Yeah, I done said enough.
Before I'm in the back chat, they put my email so you can have it.
Okay.
But you hit me up. Just put something in the email so I can plug you in. So I can have you come and see. On the phone? Don't fuck on me like that now.
Okay.
See JT. Okay. Oh, there it is right there. That's my email in the back chat.
Okay.
Let me know you have it. So
I got it.
okay, yeah, you
Okay, he done cut out. Okay.
go to the brother. I'm not gonna say the word, but I want you to go check out the brother and participate on this channel, sir. Over there, support the brother. He putting out the truth, and he having them people are diverse that deals with the truth. Support the brother. We need support channels like that. Please support it. Get the likes up.
I got mine in the back check too.
Let me see. Nah, just send me the email because I don't have no pen.
Okay.
Yeah, just send me an email and I'll plug you in right then and there.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, brother.
Not a problem.
All right.
Peace. Yeah. It's been real. Shouts out to Underrated Darkness, UD, VA, the Village Arsonist, Mike V, and the legendary Wacky World Old. And shouts out to everybody that came through. Juan G's and Gabe Abe, who else? Jersey Hammer, Absalom Pianki, Soundmind, Pastor $40, aka or what you call it, Irv Gotti. Let me see, Leonard De Yehuda, Rashawn, and Third Ward for coming out. So with that, I want to say peace and shalom.